Don't worry, that'll pop in a second. Hi guys.
Hello.
Welcome in once again. Well, it's good to be back. Our second D&D campaign is in session. Hi guys. Welcome one and all to Storm Saga Games, colloquially known as Stormkeep, for our newest, the beginning of our newest D&D campaign. I'm your host, StormyD, your dungeon master and NPC role player extraordinaire. It's an honor to be here. I have to say to these folks that I have met that years ago that I'm super grateful to the universe that it happened. And tonight is a very special because we have, as you see, right down there, a new co-star, a new cast member on the show, a new role player to throw into the grinder. I like it. I feel like we're doing some sort of like a weird Brady Bunch thing. What's going on here?
We're all just pumped.
Yeah,
we're so excited.
I'm just talking about, like, I'm pointing down to him and he's looking up at me. They did that like in Brady Bunch or that old TV series that was a game show where they were like in squares. I don't even remember what it's called.
Hollywood Squares?
Oh, I know what
Probably
you're
it,
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So
we need a gnome that we can pass between each other.
yeah, so it is a little bit different setup, correct, Daddy Dagoff. The mat can is still where you know it was before, but we decided based upon great feedback from Fate that he believes that we should do it like the way we read from left to right. So we put the Dungeon Master over here, and then Starkitty, and then Fate Druid, and our new cast member flows right afterwards, and then the mat came over there. Although I'm doing it backwards for the bottom part.
I know it's hard to do sometimes.
Yeah, and as you will notice, we got a cool little I don't know, affectation, a widget, a doodad in the center that adds a little bit extra. Hey, Ripclaw. By the way, welcome in new chatters.
Welcome in.
Void Creates and Ripclaw.
Phoenix.
And of course,
Phoenix Flare.
Phoenix Flareheart. I appreciate you guys joining us today. So, this is a bit of a surprise, obviously, for you guys. You knew that it was going to be BT's character creation night. And it's just going to be BT's character creation night. We're going to be going over how to create his character, his backstory, get him aware of the game world and such. And then we're going to do a one-shot that's part of his origin story. And so the surprise is we decided to start off the night with these I did it the wrong way again. I'm so used to pointing that way. Those wonderful folks over there, in this wonderful folk right here, we decided it would be best to start the show with the entire cast, even though they got to shuffle off later on. Inferno Knight, welcome in. Good to see you. For new folks, I'm going to tell you a little bit about our show. We do things a little different than your typical Dungeons and Dragons shows. I don't know, different in some, the same as others.
So Stormy?
Yeah, sorry, did I go off on track?
Should we introduce the rest of the cast first?
I'm a ding dong.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
We're so
remember,
excited.
don't forget to tell them about what I was going to say, which was.
We'll put a pin in it.
I got you.
Yeah.
We're just
put
all
pin in
so
it.
excited, guys.
Yeah. Well, what was it I was going to say? Does anyone know?
No.
No?
Are you going to describe?
It's okay. We're introducing ourselves.
Yes.
Well, I don't want to forget what I was going to say. Let me at least finish what I was going to say.
What's new?
He's like jumping
do
right
different.
into this stuff, and
No, I wanted folks to know that the way we handle the format of the show is that we play the game, we role play, we do combat and stuff like that. We go chat dark. The beginning of the episode, we chat, we're interactive with you guys, we're saying hello. But then when we actually get into the game, start role playing and doing all the stuff, That's when we go chat dark, at least until the intermission point. And then after that, we come back, go chat dark again, and then chat with you guys again at the end. That way, we can all stay focused on the game and enjoying the experience. It gives you guys a more unfiltered, realistic view, as if you're flies on the wall in a D&D campaign, as you're, they're witnessing it. So that's our intention, and it's our format, and that's what we enjoy and love. So back to it, you were 100% right. Introductions are in order. As I've said, I'm StormyD, and please, my significant other and wonderful red cat-eared fuzzy lady, introduce yourself.
Hi everybody, I am itsStarkitty and I play Miss Emily. No, sorry, wrong.
Well done. Damn it. Beat me to it.
And I am going to be eventually creating a new character for this new campaign. And this is Philip. Philip watches everything.
Yes, he's from another realm, but another world, another universe, another multiverse.
I had to introduce Philip. I'm so used to it now.
Yep.
I know.
He likes to hang out right here and say hello to everybody and just be part of the process. And don't worry there, the green-haired lady. You're the next one to introduce yourself. You can show off Chonkapillar from the last world.
Hello! I'm Druid IRL, and I no longer play Fern, who's a wood elf circle of spores druid, but this is still Chonkapillar. Chonkapillar.
No, not anymore.
No, Chonkapillar still needs to be worshipped.
Yeah. We'll give Chocolate a hand.
Well said, well said. Okay, and that smiley yet dark and mysterious artist over there, please introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. I am extirpatefate. And I'm excited for the new campaign.
I'm also excited for the new
Oh my god, because I don't want... Starkitty already beat me to it. Druid, yeah, you know what? Okay, for old time's sake, this is Guar. Guar is now resting peacefully, but he'll be here in spirit as a viewer.
I will.
Well said, well said.
Ooh. Sorry.
And last but not least,
the new guy. Please introduce yourself, bearded, shiny-headed god.
Hi. I am BananaTomOG, and I don't have a freaking clue what I'm doing yet.
Yes. Soon to be rectified. That's great.
I saw an opportunity. I was going to say I was Druid IRL when I used to play Fern.
Well,
oh goodness.
Welcome back.
Welcome,
to
BC.
our good friends, and welcome to our new friend. I mean, obviously we've known Banana Tom now for quite some time, but he's our new friend for the show. And speaking of the show, there's a couple of announcements that we want to make in regards to the show. The first one being that our new guy, right? Second one, the title of the new campaign. I didn't put it in the title, but I'm gonna give it to you guys now. The new before our previous campaign was called The Isles in the Mist. I always do homebrew campaigns, it's just my thing. And this particular homebrew campaign is called DragonMetal Saga.
Ooh.
What? DragonMetal Saga.
I need it. Druid's like, I need a new...
I got a new notebook already.
Yeah.
It does sound pretty badass.
Yeah,
I'm surprised we didn't see the old notebook just go whoop.
I figured you guys would like that.
Oh,
yeah.
he likes it too.
So the what was the other announcement? That we're going to be doing the character creation process with Banana Tom tonight. And here's the thing: I think you guys have heard us plug it multiple times. We're going to be doing a special, unique thing for the channel that we didn't get to do last time. Each player cast member is going to be creating their character live on stream with me individually, apart from the other players. So that means tonight, after we're done with all of the announcements, we'll have to say goodnight to Starkitty and Druid IRL and Extirpate Fate. They're gonna shuffle off into what other cool things they have to do today. And they are gonna be Scouts Honor, not looking at this stream, and they're not gonna look at the VOD later either until it's the right time after the episode in which all the characters come together.
Yes, chat, if you were ever curious about how to create a character, it's a great time to come and learn and experience it.
Yep. And the first person doing it was chosen by the luck of the dice gods. BT himself, our new cast member, he's going to be our first person tonight to create his character live with me. I like to be in depth with character creation with my players, because I craft my world around the players. Yes, I create a world that exists, but it's not just static, it's dynamic. And it's important for me to understand the character's backstory, history, personality, and motivations for being an adventurer. These are all super important. So hopefully BT has done his homework tonight, or previously, or tonight. And
Twice.
The other thing that we were going to announce tonight, well, is the new dice roll to determine which player gets to have their character creation process streamed next. Are you all ready? I'm gonna use the D6 from.
Bless your bets.
What was that?
Bless your bets.
Yes, place your bets, exactly. I'm going to use the D6 from Never Tilted to decide between the last three people.
Point.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
He was always 5, 6 in the past, so we're going to do it backwards,
Yeah.
just cause.
Oh, so
1,
I'm
2,
next.
So
3,
so
4,
I'm gonna go
5, 6.
Oh, you are? Oh, yeah.
Fuck, let's go.
Because for
Let's
some
do it.
reason, a lot of my D6s like to roll 5s and 6s. They're not loaded, I promise. They do that for me. All right, here we go. You guys
It's
ready?
loaded though.
Are you all excited?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Next one's gonna be Starkitty.
Oh shit.
So it was a 5, 6.
It was.
Oh, yeah. Enjoy it, Starkitty. Enjoy it every fucking week.
Well, now
that's good,
he's
that's
got
good.
another player, so
That's true.
Oh,
2, 3, 4, 5,
still,
6.
Yeah, I have to
It's
still.
gonna be a D8
I
now.
have to
I
roll
also rolled
D8.
first.
It's also true.
Yeah, that's right. You did get to go first.
You did get to go first.
Okay.
I think that's all of the
So I'm gonna
announcements
be
and
last.
stuff that we had.
I'm probably
What?
gonna end up being
I missed it.
That's
What?
true.
Hi,
Oh,
Viper.
Druid's like, so I'm gonna be last.
I just
I'm
feel like
nope,
I'm gonna
probably
be
me.
last.
Be fitting. Fate goes last.
Oh, you know
He
what?
always went
Thank you
first.
for the Lurk Inferno night. Drive safely.
I keep looking over there. I need to get in the habit of looking there. All right.
Yeah, that's why I kept looking over there, because
Yeah.
I'm like, I have nothing to look at.
I
over here.
apologize to you guys that we keep looking over there. We're doing a new setup on top of some of the fancy gadgets and doodads and stuff. We're trying to do a new setup, and I think you guys are gonna like it. It has some advantages. By the way, I do want to ask, how is the audio volume for the music? Is it too quiet? Too loud? We need to always be clear and understandable. It's more important than the music. So please, before we move on tonight, let us know what you think. The audio from you is actually perfect. Okay, awesome. That's fantastic. Wow. Any other things that you guys want to add? I'll start with you, Starkitty. Do you anything you want to add for tonight?
Have fun creating your character, BT.
Yeah. Have
All right.
fun.
Yeah.
Druid.
Same. Have fun.
Okay. And Fate.
Also,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say,
Her fern is still showing.
yes, yes. Chat, be coming into my stream and telling me what happened. Don't be coming into stream until after all is said and done. Okay, I'm trusting you guys to be good as well.
Please.
Good point. Good point.
It's
I know
already
it's gonna be
difficult
tough to hold out for the next 4 weeks after the basically the 5th episode is when you can start, telling. But she really doesn't want spoilers. So.
No spoilers, chat.
I mean, we really do want
please.
spoilers, but please don't give us
We want
spoilers.
Scout's honor.
100%.
So that's the last thing.
Cool. I forgot to show off our other cool camera while you guys were here. This is another fancy camera. Right now we have our usernames there, but eventually we'll probably switch those out to be character names, or maybe we'll do both usernames and character names. It depends on how it looks. Just tell us what you think. What do you guys think of this right here with the usernames? Is it a cool idea? Does it look too busy? Give us your feedback. It reminds me, Druid, we need to create a new section in my Discord, and your Discord, if you want to, in your Discord too, for this new campaign.
Yep.
I suppose we don't need a whole new category because we have the D&D category.
Yeah,
we just need a new...
I'll just make the.
Yeah, we'll figure it out there.
I'll get it done. We'll get it. I'll make
Either
it
that
done.
or help me remember to do it. Either way, one of the two. It's easy. It's easy to do. I wish I had remembered to do it already, but
We didn't know the title yet.
What was that?
We didn't know the title of the D&D campaign, so couldn't have really done it early.
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys are looking a little choppy. Both BT and you guys on the stream.
Seeing it as well.
Yeah.
In guest star, I can see me and Druid's camera were perfectly fine on the one that's not included, and then the one with all of us, we are the ones that's lagging a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I guess that's our cue to leave, guys.
We're gonna have to get that resolved for the future because that's not acceptable. I'm gonna have to figure out why that might be, but not today.
Going on upstairs?
It's a good question. If you don't mind, I think I turned my computer off. Do you have anything going on your computer?
Just this stream.
Just this stream. Okay. It's also possible that what's happening is on our stream together thing. It looks fine. The issue is over here. It makes me
I noticed on
wonder-
our end, while we're looking at it, I still see the same lag.
Yeah, because us here is fine.
Back to RPC.
But that's that.
I'm gonna switch to
There's-
RPC. We got choppy in that other scene. No, it's a little choppy there too. Still.
Yep.
Yep. Is that?
That is head bob with the lag. I'm just kind of going backwards and stuff.
I wonder. Well, we're gonna have to solve that. Honestly, let's take a few moments to think about this. Do we have any ideas?
Did you restart your router?
We restarted it yesterday.
Yeah, just yesterday before we've done anything else with it. So effectively, yes, we restarted it.
You may need to refresh the cache for the sources.
Bubba with the raid.
Thank you for the raid.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you for raiding in, my man. It's good to see you and your folks.
Choppy red.
I think he was playing the new.
It was fine earlier. Yeah.
The new Pokemon-inspired farming sim.
Oh yeah, he and Scully.
Oh, Pal World.
Playing the hell
Yes,
out
we
of
will
the game.
stretch.
Looks addictive.
We don't have
Got
water.
his stretch and his hydrate. I forgot my water.
I forgot too. We need to grab those. Oh, that's a good stretch. That felt good. So
Min Raiders.
I wonder if it's a CPU thing on my end.
You're an onion.
Well, That's something we can take a look into later. But right now, you gotta get into character creation.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe it'll smooth
We
out
love
when
you,
it's
Bubba.
just the 2 cameras. We'll take a look. All right. Well, cast members, friends, ladies and gents.
Quadrupeds.
Yeah. Druid, Fate, Starkitty, Scooch.
Okay, bye.
Bye, chat.
Guys.
Bye, guys.
Last thing, enjoy, have fun. Welcome to D&D.
Welcome
Welcome to the shit show, my friend.
Hey now.
In the best way, of course.
Okay.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Peace.
All right. We're gonna switch over to this scene right here. And hopefully, this is a new scene we created just for the character creation process. Look, it's smoothed out quite a bit there. Yep. I think it might be a CPU thing because I have this is an older CPU. I think I only have 16 gigs of RAM on this PC. So
I don't think that I also had the issues with this the other day on the stream for me and you on BG3.
yeah, you messed with some settings and it made a difference, which is why I think it's not internet related. It's PC related. I mean, this is guys, I'm doing this on a 12-year-old PC, so like I probably should just update it. Yeah, we'll get there. 16 gigs should be enough for streaming, yes, but multiple video sources. It's also possible I am using. I got an idea. It might make a difference. I'm going to change some of the audio filters that I have real quick. Let's see. I have the audio filters I have set up are going to use a bit more of the noise suppression uses more CPU. So I'm going to go with the lower quality one. Hopefully it won't. Let me know if you guys see any echo. Or not see, but hear any echo from him talking if he's picked up by my mic.
Ducky, duck.
All right.
Maybe you can look into what kind of encoder you use.
Cool. I appreciate the feedback here in Chicago. That's awesome. Yeah, it definitely completely cleared up when it's just the 2 video signals. I think that I think what was chugging was trying to push out the 4 video signals, right? I think that might have been what it was. We'll have to do some tweaking and playing with it. This first episode, we knew this would probably be the case, so it is what it is.
Yep.
I'm just gonna make sure that all of these are on. These lower quality ones to free up CPU. Well, okay, all right. So we're gonna move on from here. All right. So, Banana Tom. I figure one of the cool things that we can do to get started, my man, to get you in the frame of mind, right, and the feel for really how to dive into your character and understand the world that he lives in. I'm going to give you a quick summary, a read of the world that he has been born into. I hope that you don't. There's a few liberty. Well, actually, only a couple of liberties that I took that are required. They're kind of important for the overall story arc that I hope that you'll be understanding about in the interpretation. And I'll discuss what those are when from the description. But let's jump right to it. First off, the realm that you have been born into in the DragonMetal Saga campaign. Well, I should say, oh wow, I heard that Discord message. Let's see. Whoops. Oh, good. I didn't mess anything up. No, it's all right, Karen Scotto. Yeah. No worries. Let me get back into program. It's all good. Okay. You ready for this, Dragon? Are you? You ready for this, Banana? All right. So, you were born into the world of Arathia, and that is spelled Arathia. I'm going to read this to you, and then I'll go back over and give you some highlights to take notes, okay? Yep. So if you want to just relax and listen to it for now.
Okay.
A hot, black-red sun dominates the cloudless sky of this desert wasteland during the day. This world's climate is a vast burnt desert filled with giant salt oceans and small pockets of oases where civilization barely hangs on. At night, the heat barely dissipates as the orange moon rises, and 3 other planets can occasionally be seen in the sky. One of these planets is a hazy indigo color, the other is pinkish white, and the final is a dull brown gray. The world's culture and aesthetic are similar to the gladiators of Rome or the fictional age of Conan. It has 4 primary nation states ruled by 4 mage lords known as the Dragon Emperors. For most of these rulers, the title Dragon Emperor does not mean they are a literal dragon, but it is meant to convey the immensity of their power. However, the current greatest of these is rumored to actually be an ancient red dragon in human form. He is named Varathraxion, and some people revere him as the world's sun god, ruling tyrannically over his empire called the Dynasty of Convalt. The other notable ruler who jockeys for position is Archmage Magnus Throm of the Black Moon Magisterium. The other 2 rulers keep their identities a secret. They quietly rule over the Empire of Ironmaw and the Battleborn Conglomerate. This world's economy is based primarily on slave trade, gladiatorial arenas, mercantilism, and the mining and development of rare metals. Although you were born into this world 27 years ago during a conjunction of the stars, you always felt your life was a bit off, as if you should have been born elsewhere. That is the world of Arathia that you live in. Now, did you want me to go through it again briefly so you can know what to take notes on for your own sake, or what?
Yep.
Okay. Basically, black-red desert world. There you can see 3 other moons in the sky at various times of the day or night. Not moons. I'm sorry, planets. There are 4 nation states, and they are all ruled by mage lords known as Dragon Emperors. One of them may actually be a red dragon in human form. Let me know if I'm going too fast. I can always slow it down.
I'm okay for now.
He is named Varathraxion, which is Varathraxion.
One more time, please.
Sure. Vara, Vera.
Yep.
Thrax, Thrax. And then Eon, Ion.
Yep.
And he's revered as a sun god by some of the people in his empire, which is the Dynasty of Convalt, which is Conbalt. Kind of like cobalt, but throw an N in the middle. Oh, I just lost his video. Are you still there, BT?
I am still here. Unfortunately, I just nudged my mouse. Apparently, I must have been just over the leave part.
Oh, okay. No worries. That
Just
quick
an
fix,
unfortunate
Ben.
slip of the hand.
Yeah. All right. So he has one primary rival in the other leaders, who is Archmage Magnus Throm. That's just Magnus and then Throm, Throm. Of the Black Moon Magisterium. Black Moon is easy to spell. Magisterium is like Magister, and then IUM on the end.
Yep.
And the other two nation states are the Empire of Iron Maw and the Battleborn Conglomerate. Don't forget, if you want, it's probably easy to remember that the aesthetic of this world is very much, like Gladiator or Age of Conan kind of mix in it, but in a desert. You were born 27 years ago. That's the one part about your character backstory that I kind of need to if you're okay with. I mean, I know that's if you don't mind, that is.
It's incredibly young for the kind of character that I was going to go for, but yeah.
Gotcha. I think it'll work in the context of this world. So don't think about gnomes in the context of your typical, whatever their regular age range is in the book.
Yeah, because of the type of world, I'm guessing there's going to be a lot changing from what I've already got.
Yeah. Maybe. You had a different.
My entire backstory does not fit this.
Well, you'd be surprised. we can squeeze something in.
Oh,
we can make it.
I'm sure you can rework it, but yeah.
Okay. All right.
As it stands, it definitely doesn't translate into it.
Okay. Well, I'm confident in my ability to help you massage that so that it will work. At the very least, we'll come up with something that you're happy with. You were born during a conjunction of the stars, and you've always felt a little off in the world. Not bad, like whatever background we come up with is what your background will be, but there's just that kind of nagging feeling like, was I really born to the right parents or the right place? It just feels off. All right, so let me know when you're done with those notes. Spiper makes a good point. It sounds like the kind of world where you need to mature quickly. Exactly. So 27 is not necessarily young in the context of this world. So.
Oh yeah, I get that. It's like I say, I've based everything I've written so far is based on him being a bit older than that.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. Let's first off share with me. I know that you and I have kind of touched on a little bit ahead of time, just so I could have a brief overview of what you were thinking about. But share with me what character, class, and race you're kind of drawn to right now.
So I am being drawn to a gnome as my type of person I'm going to be. And for my character class, I am going down the lines of a sorcerer.
Ooh, okay. So first off, what drew you to the gnome race? What is your kind of, what made you feel that or vibe for this?
To be fair, for both the gnome and the sorcerer, so both of them kind of tied together with something that I had an idea of anyway, and as we said, we kind of touched base on a few things, got it aligned, and that led me to the path that a gnome sorcerer would be a spectacular thing for someone who's a bit of a prankster or a trickster.
Okay, so it definitely fits. A gnome fits a prankster, trickster for sure. I like it a lot. You're thinking that
specifically a rock gnome.
A rock gnome. All right, tell me about what you found about the rock gnome in the book that drew you to it.
I'm just trying to find where my quickest references. So the bit that I thought was going to work pretty well for some of the stuff I'm going for was the side that they get their own like tinkerer tools, or what are they actually called? What are they called? Artisan tools, or tinker tools as they're called. And the ability that gives them to make one of 3 different clockwork toys, one being a fire starter, one being a clockwork toy that it will make noise and move 5 feet when placed on the floor. Basically just moves, makes noise. Could be some form of distraction, could be some form that would make someone jump or something like that. And the final one, if I remember where the hell I wrote it, as a music box as well.
Okay, I got
And
you.
I figured for going along with the prankster role of things, either one of those 3 things could go quite well into it.
For sure. Yeah, honestly, even though this is kind of a low-tech world, that, you know, as long as what you're crafting isn't too complex, that can still work in this world. And the rock gnome is not a problem in this world, to be honest with you, because now the typical rock gnome in the D&D book, if I remember correctly, let me double check before I start spouting things that may or may not be true.
Page 35. Of players,
I was going to just
going for.
Rock gnome. I appreciate that. Sometimes for expediency, I mean, the books are right there, but sometimes it's handier just to Google it. We love the Oracle around
one
here.
open. It's just because that's where I've got it.
I see a rock. As a rock gnome, you have a natural inventiveness and hardiness beyond that of other gnomes. Most gnomes in the world of D&D are rock gnomes, including the tinker gnomes of the Dragonland setting. By the way, the ability score increase of the stat doesn't apply. I'm doing something different with character creation, just so you know. But the Artificer's Lore, whenever you make a history check related to magical, alchemical, or technological items, you can add twice your proficiency. I'm fine with that. The Tinker option to be able to do Firestarter, Music Box, and Clockwork Toy, that's fine. That can definitely work. Yeah. In fact, honestly, if you had wanted to be a forest gnome, I would have had to say, no, that's not quite going to work in this world.
Yeah.
But I really like it. It works. So
I feel it made the most
there.
sense for, like, say, for what we were going down. The ability to at any point be able to make something that could do something along those lines and help with a prank.
Right.
Sounds perfect to me.
What drew you to sorcerer, out of curiosity?
It's still going down the same route. Now, the ability to push those pranks a little bit further, like using a mage hand to place something in someone's pocket or tie someone's shoelaces.
I see. Or prestidigitation can do a lot of neat things too.
I do. The only thing I've done so far with it, because I didn't want to go too far, was look at the cantrips. I didn't want to go into the spells or anything. Okay. And I do have that as one of the cantrips I selected.
Yeah, of course. All right. Well, I like it. I like where your head's at. I think this will be a great character, both for the campaign, that will be fun for you and for the other party members, the other players, and for the audience as well. So I'm super stoked. Tell me a little bit about the. Well, before we get into the backstory, did you have in mind? Now, obviously, as a sorcerer, he doesn't necessarily need a lot of equipment. That and the whole point of it, one of the points of adventuring is finding cool gear along the way. But as a baby adventurer, by the way, we will be starting at first level. You will have first level problems. You'll be a baby adventurer, and your life will be at risk. But as a baby adventurer, what does he look like? Tell me about how he looks, and then tell me about his clothing, what he wears.
So, do you want his name?
Oh, you already came up with a name?
Yep.
Okay, what's the name that you?
Does it kind of go? I've kind of tied something into it. That's why I'm bringing the name up at this point. So
hang on a sec. I'm not quite hearing you as well. It's probably on my end. Let me.
Okie dokie.
No.
You want me to just keep talking about nothing until you get to the right volume?
No, that's all right. Actually, can you pull your mic a little bit closer to you? Or is it that's where it normally is?
It's where it normally is. I can turn it up a little bit.
Just, I guess I can do it.
I mean, it's easy. I can just twist.
Was this the volume you normally have it at when you stream?
It's the new one. I've altered it to after I was too loud and you were too quiet on the BG3 stream.
Ah, gotcha. All right. So I just turned you up in Discord. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got you turned up again in Discord, which is amusing considering we used Discord the other day and it were fine.
All right. So let me write this down here. Pencil.
I didn't come up with a last name or a clan name, and now hearing about the world, I actually think that kind of fits.
Okay, all right. What is the Rock Gnome sorcerer's name then?
His name is Sindri.
Say that again?
Sindri.
Sindri, like yes. Sindry?
S-I-N-D. I forget how I'm just kind of completely blank. S-I-N-D-R-I.
D-R-I, so two I's, Sindri. Ooh,
yeah.
Okay.
Or, as a nickname, and this will... In fact, I'll tell you why he's got this nickname. So he gets a certain nickname because of his hair color. And he has a very gingerish, bright ginger hair that then fades to like almost a white tip at the ends of his hair. And it is a short back and sides Mohican, so just the top of his head it sticks up. And it's because it looks like flames that he got the name Cinder.
Oh, Sindri the Cinder?
Yes. So Cinder would be his nickname.
Oh, like with a C?
Yes.
So his name is spelled with an S, but I like it. Okay, this is clever. I'm impressed. All right. So Sindri the Cinder, because, all right, and one more time, his description is why he has that nickname.
Yeah, so his hair is bright ginger, but then at the very tips of his hair, it fades to like almost like a blondie white. So almost like a flame would change to a lighter color as it goes out.
So, wow. And as a gnome, he's obviously pretty tiny, pretty small.
He is 3'2".
4'2"?
3'2".
Oh, 3'2".
Yep.
And tell me about his face, his nose, and his beard. Does he have a beard?
He has a very well-kept beard. But again, that is something that might need to change because of the world that we're in. Because from my reading, I'd found that gnomes generally have a very well-kept beard if they have a beard. The beard, in description, would be very similar to mine, as in it's cut short at the sides and then dangles at the front, but it's only his finger length long.
Okay, well-kept. medium length. And is it also ginger?
It is also ginger, yes, but a slightly darker ginger than his hair.
Okay. And his hair, it kind of goes up like flames, kind of like
So
a spike.
If you imagine that the sides and back of his head are like a number 1 or 2 shaved, and then it's just like a Mohican on top, and the rest of his hair is obviously the same length as back and sides.
Nice. Is it okay if, even though he's a rock gnome, is it okay that if his skin is kind of a reddish brown color because of the sun?
Yep, I'm quite acceptable of that. I'd actually put that he was pale-skinned until he'd left his village, and then he became slightly more tan for adventuring because he's a rock gnome, live underground. I figured it'd be pale, but that makes sense in your setting.
So, sort of. The rock gnomes in this world don't necessarily live underground per se. I mean, they technically the rock gnomes live in mountainous, rocky areas where there are lots of caves. So it's kind of like underground. But I will say that this world doesn't have necessarily as much of, a lot of D&D fantasy worlds have kind of a whole underdark of, literally sometimes called the underdark, of like almost an underworld of tunnels and caves and stuff that go on forever. This world doesn't have as much of that. It has some surface level, regular amounts of that. And your people would basically be someone who would come from a kind of a mountainous, rocky crag area of red sandstones. So that works. I love it. I love it. Tell me about his clothes.
His clothing, again, this is open to change because of setting. I had put that he likes to wear a green shirt with gold stitching. He wears, where is it? Dark grey pants. The pants are nothing special, just what everyone else you'd see anyone wearing. But then he wears dark olive green boots with the same gold stitching around it to make it stand out and match his style of shirt. And then finally he has a cape that he can wear the hood if he needs to or not, dependent on sunlight to hide from it.
So he has a cloak. What color is the cloak?
The cloak is a dark grey as well. Dark grey / black, I'd put, dependent on the light. And it's held together at a front with a clasp that has a green emerald sat in it. But obviously, you might want to change the green emerald.
How's the music, guys? I noticed it suddenly got louder. Is it overpowering us? Do I need to pull it down a little bit? I mean, your hearing is fine? Thank you. Perfect. Okay. All right. Well, we'll say that
it could just be held together with a clasp.
Yeah.
The only reason I'd put that is because, again, reading into them in the handbook, it just said that they like to wear jewels and embellish their clothing and such like that. It's the only reason I put that there.
How about a jade clasp instead of an emerald?
Yep, I'm more than happy with the jade clasp.
Okay. All right. Cool.
He has also, his eyes might need changing in fairness. If he's not really underground. I'd put, so his eyes were like orbs of pure black, but with a sparkle of red in them. Like almost like this glitter mixed in with his black paint.
No, actually, I like that a lot because it actually describes the sun.
Yeah.
So, it's very cool. All right. And I'm gonna put this at the top here. Cindery, the Cinder. By that name, it almost sounds like you might be, at least for some of your spells, be looking at fire-based spells.
It kind of ties to my sorcery type as well.
Oh yeah, sorcery origin type.
Yep. So it was from where you directed me. I picked it out of that list of different origins that I found there, and I really liked the Phoenix sorcery.
Okay, find that again.
I can send you a link if you wish directly.
Oh no, this is fine.
Okie dokie.
I appreciate you. It's the D&D 5e Wikidot, right?
Yep, that's where I got it from.
And you, what was it called again?
Phoenix sorcery. I think it was.
Oh, I see.
might have.
Okay, it's an Arcticana one.
Yeah. Going with one thing that I had put in, and I don't know if you'll want to change this or not, because this was, again, this was written into part of my backstory, but because they carry a quarterstaff or a simple weapon round with them, I put a quarterstaff. But I added a thing of, and I wanted to ask you about this, could I attach one of my tinker tools to the quarterstaff so I would have my fire starter on the top of it?
100%. Yeah, I like it. So
I would have
forgot to write that down
it.
though. Let me. Was there any other gear that before we move on? Carrying staff with
the other gear is basically just as what I've got out of the books. Apart, there's nothing else that I've like customized or anything. So there's also the background as well. I had him as a guild artisan. Which is also why he was a bit older than 27.
So how? Oh, say again. I'm sorry. I got distracted. What were you saying about why he seemed older?
So for part of his background as well, I'd gone with the guild artisan side of things, so he would have like learned to craft for the guild and stuff like that. Again, tying into his ability to play around with different creations and stuff like that. So I was thinking, easy for me to just find it in the book.
I would say that's
a guild
fine.
business of like tinkerers. Something like that, fixing up old things and repairing stuff. It seems like an ideal thing for someone who wants to make little clockwork things and amuse himself.
Are you, like, be honest, I want you 100%. Your feelings are the most important to me here. So are you like super attached to this particular
I'm not 100.
Sorcerer origin?
I was fine. The origin, I didn't mind it. I liked it, but I'm open to changing it to fit the world. That's not a problem. The only reason, like even the Phoenix Sorcerer, I'd be happy changing that if you wanted to change that, because I picked it after reading through them because it's kind of played into like the trickster side of things. Because they'd also be random, like small fires would start without your control and stuff like that. Nothing to, they burn out within a couple of seconds from what I read and stuff like that, but
right. I'm only
this is
asking
also a
because
custom class, so
right.
I'm
only asking because I haven't
this.
seen this particular sorcerer origin before, and I want to make sure that it's not too OP before before I okay it.
again, if you can think of something that works along the same lines, I'm happy to go down that route. As in that one that fits your world a bit better.
Yeah.
Or
in some ways, it kind of does
this
fit the world, since it is obviously a burnt desert. Like there's some synergy there.
Yeah.
Let me take a look and see if there's anything that might be a better fit that won't. Oh man, can't they just send me to a link? Let me figure out what book that thing is in. It's an Unearthed Arcana. See, the thing about Unearthed Arcana is, in 5th ed edition anyway, is it's experimental stuff that hasn't become officially in the D&D canon. Some of it could be broken and overpowered. That's the only reason why I hesitate at all.
Like I said, Stormy, if you want to swap it to a different kind, I'm more than happy to do that.
Was there one at all that looked appealing before you looked at that one, before you saw that one?
I'll be honest, I was working my way down the list of certain ones that I was looking at, and this was just one that grabbed me. I didn't look any further than that. So...
Okay.
Like, I have no problem with going down one of the main 3 routes it lists in the main book itself, or any of the others that you're interested in. The type of sorcery, in my mind, like my origin story of that, I think can be completely open. Especially given that most of my written backstory does not work for this world.
It might. Like I said, you might be surprised. We can talk about it.
It all need rewriting and stuff like that to fit it, but you could rewrite it of certain sorts.
Right. Of course. Howdy, Rusty. Okay. I mean, in all fairness, I didn't tell you to stick to just the main books. I said, look at that page, and you did.
That's literally what I went off.
and honestly, sometimes I really like the stuff in the Unearthed Arcana, or that you find because, you know, StarkItty's War Bard, or College of Val Singer Bard, whatever, Dirge Singer, whatever it was. That was a really cool, unique, and it wasn't too OP. It was made the Bard kind of extra useful. So,
well, like you told me before, it brought it back to a battling kind rather than just a buffer.
Right. Tell you what, let me look at it one more time.
Would you want to sit on the origin of the actual sorcerer? We just go off a sorcerer for now, and if you want to have a look over it and see what you think of it.
Does that come later anyway? Does that come at no, that's first level you have to decide, don't you? Yeah. So Subi J, to answer your question, OP stands for overpowered.
Yeah.
Just game parlance, as it were. Honestly, I didn't realize there was as much to the, like I was kind of thinking that one that might be cool and fit you is the traditional Draconic Origin. If that doesn't appeal to you, have you even looked at the Draconic Origin one?
As in, I already know about it through BG3, and I did read it beforehand when I was just looking at the ones in the book.
All right, and be honest,
I didn't know of it, and I mean, having draconic resistance appeals to me, and having the ability to make the fire side of things going, like, have that element. What's the word? elemental synergy go to it, especially with the name. I'm more than happy to go down that route if you are.
I know you are. I just don't want I don't want you to ever feel like you had to compromise. I want your honest opinion. If I told you to choose between the two, are you percentage-wise a lot more into wanting to be the Phoenix one versus the Draconic one? What are your feelings? What are your thoughts on this?
In all honesty, I don't. Like I said, the only thing that kind of played into it would have been how I was going to leave town. It kind of made sense to me in that sort of path. But so would my trickster roots. I wouldn't need the sorcery power to have left home. I could have just done it by
I can't wait to hear.
Annoying too many people and stuff.
That's a good point. Let's table it for a second and talk about your background that you've come up with and see. That might help us decide whether we want to go with the Phoenix one or the Draconic one. Okay. So
I'm not a storyteller, so it's not spectacular.
Don't worry about it, dude. We're no judgments here. Except when Druid finally sees this on YouTube, she'll judge you harshly.
Oh yeah. I 100% know.
I'm kidding.
Coming.
She would not judge you harshly. We all adore you.
She wouldn't judge me harshly unless she was to my face.
Well, and it's always going to be in jest, right?
Oh yeah, that'd be 100% for sure.
All right. So tell me your backstory that you have so far, and we'll see how we can, shoehorn it or pigeonhole it into the world.
So I thought I'd stood on the dog, then I'm nowhere near him. He just woofed in his sleep. So Sindri, as with most gnomes in his village, had followed their family's craft. Like once they're born and they start getting to the point they need to be trained up. Obviously, in this world, they need training a bit quicker. But he took to the tinkering rather well. He had a natural ability for it, but quite often he'd end up getting in trouble for either being too distracted, just in general, or because he'd seen an opportunity to play a trick or a prank on somebody.
And this was just growing up as a child where?
I didn't say a place. I left that completely out. Again, because you told me to stay open.
Okay, go on.
But yeah, obviously sometimes the distraction and the tricks would sometimes include both, or sometimes also bring in his ability to tinker as well and create these little clockwork creations that he can do. I've lost my line because I'm paraphrasing everything I've wrote here because this was a rewrite. Let's pull it up there and I can see it better. So then I put it so one day he'd been sent out to go gather bare essentials for creating the various different oils or stitching or anything like that they needed to do so they could repair stuff. Mm-hmm. And while he was out, he witnessed what he thought was a shooting star fall from the sky. Mm-hmm. And being the easily distracted person that he is, he sets off on his way to go and investigate what this thing was, because he thought it landed pretty closely. So off he went, marched over to go and have a look. Eventually he comes across this very small impact site, but there's nothing there that he expects it to be there, but there is this slightly colourful bird just laid down, not moving, not making any noises, just breathing. Mm-hmm. So instantly, because gnomes are very good-natured in their own way, he decided he's going to run over and try and make sure it's okay. Runs over, he's talking nice and calmly to it as he approaches to make sure, try and reassure it, even if it doesn't understand. The fact that he's talking to it he thinks it would let him know he's not coming as a predator or something like that.
Right.
So he actually gets to the point that he's next to the bird, realizes that there's something clearly wrong with it. It's not moving. It is, like I've said before, it's just breathing and not doing much of anything else. So he decides to keep an eye on the bird, see how things go. And all too soon, it starts becoming night because he's already been out for a full day getting most of his materials and such like that. So he's left with the moral decision of, do I stay here and look after the bird, or do I go back and take my materials back to everybody and possibly come back tomorrow and the bird's gone due to goblins or something else or another predator that's going to have taken them? And being that the bird is helpless, he decides to stay there and protect the bird. So he goes off and gets a few materials so he could make a fire, uses his quarterstaff to be able to light it, and there he's go. He's got his nice little fire, sets put for the night, and holds out and hopes for the best until morning, when he thinks he could possibly go and get help, or someone will be looking for him to go get help for the bird. And so stays awake the best as he can. And unfortunately, at some point he does fall asleep, because he's not doing very much, and as I say, he's a very easily distracted person, so he's got nothing to focus on other than looking at this bird that's not doing her very much. So he falls asleep. And when he wakes up in the morning, he finds that the bird is sat up looking at him, and it's... I didn't know how size-wise on stuff like this, so I've made it the size of a peacock in my mind.
Okay.
So it's sat there and spread out its feathers all in its glory, looking as beautiful as you would expect a multicolored bird to look. And all of a sudden, he sees the flame starting to get a little bit bigger on his campfire. And all but surely, the flames suddenly erupt, and he gets knocked back into a tree and blacks out. Then sometime later, because obviously the gnomes have realized that he's not come home, and they go looking for him. And they find him just unconscious, led on the ground, so they take him back to the village. And then he wakes up in his bed, wondering what happened. Tells everybody about this bird that he's seen, but no one quite believes him, because they're far too used to his tricks and stuff, and they think, oh, he's just skipped off doing his work for the day, and this is his tale to get away from it, and somehow got hurt while he was doing whatever he was doing. So time passes, he's still not finding anything like that, and this is where I'd brought in the part where Phoenix sorcerers get lost in, like, when they look at fires, they feel comfortable when there's a fire near them. And also, every now and again, a random fire would just start for a couple of seconds near them and then go out. So he's obviously unsure about what's been going on. He's completely confused because he's never encountered this kind of stuff before. And then one day, there's a large fire that's at the village, and no one can explain how it started. They get it all under control, but Sindri is the only one that's left there that's covered in soot, and lo and behold, it looks like it's him that does it, because it's reminded them of the flames they saw that day coming from the skies, how they found him. And from that, they forced him out of the village because they thought he's too much of a danger to be around. He's pushed too far again, and it's safer for the village if he's not there.
Okay.
And that's where I left off.
All right.
As I said, I'm not a storyteller.
No. You
So
did
God
really
knows
good.
how many things I've ripped off out of my brain.
No, you did really good.
I figured we'd go into my side of, if I see an animal down, I would have run over, so...
Honestly,
would we swap that out for a dragon? Or a small dragon? And make it the dragon ancestry side?
I mean, Well, what I was thinking actually was that what you experienced, like we slightly changed the backstory, keep it almost identical, right? But you when you came to the next morning and they found you, eventually you went back, and they all found and you found that there was no crater. That basically you had dreamed the whole thing, but it was very real to you, and it is what kind of, you know, like you experienced that call. It was basically the dream was your awakening to this this ancestry, your sorcerer's ancestry within you.
Yeah.
This would have to have been a little bit farther back in your backstory, though.
Yeah.
Like not too far back. We could even say that after you were, you know, exiled from your village. And it sounds. I really like the way you interwoven your prankster kind of nature, because it means that, like any other village member, if they weren't like a prankster, they might have been more forgiving of them. But because you're a prankster and because of what happened, you know, they were just too worried and nervous and thought, well, we're gonna have to, we got to do what's best for the village.
Yeah, it's not the first time that he's gone too far with something, so
yeah. And we could even say that they tried to be, you know, assuage their own guilt by giving you a decent amount of gold to leave with. And you were fortunate when you made it into, you know, this is a, you know, obviously an outer village of the rock gnome people. Yeah. And you got, you know, you wandered and eventually found a main settlement that is one of the outskirts settlements of the Iron Maw Empire. And maybe you found that there was maybe a few days passed and you tried to, you know, survive on your own, figure out how you could get a job, you know, but maybe this also sparked the wanderlust in you. Maybe you always kind of had thoughts and feelings where you were curious. Like, well, let me back up a second. You told me your backstory. Tell me your character's motivation for being an adventurer.
His motivation is that he's trying to find somewhere where he can fit in, where he doesn't have to follow his family's rules of this is what you must do, where he can go create things like his little clockwork stuff and be appreciated for that, and doesn't have to hide his humorous side. Okay. He's going to find a new home, basically.
Maybe you got taken in under your wing by you're not under your wing. You got taken in under their wing of a mercenary company who thought you were funny, and because obviously as a sorcerer you're gonna be very charismatic, and so you're able to, when you found this settlement, you got to, you know, you were able to convince some folks to give you a chance, to give you a shot. This actually will work pretty well with part of your origin story that I have built that will lead into the one shot that we're going to do tonight. So I don't think this doesn't work at all. I think it works fantastically. Why did you think that it didn't work with the world?
It's just like the whole close-knit family businesses and stuff like that, or where they go from trade to trade. I thought it would be more sporadic of, obviously, if there's quite a combat-themed world, then there might not be that many members of family and such.
It is a combat-themed world, but don't forget that I also indicated, I'll read this part too, that the world's The world's economy is based primarily on slave trade, gladiatorial arenas, mercantilism, and the mining and development of rare metals. There are definitely artisans in this world.
Yeah.
So maybe you were at least of an age where in the past you had come into town with people in your village to get licensed as an artisan, because that's why. And so that was some of your connections back in a settlement that got you eventually down the road. Maybe I don't know, however many months or a year down the road, whatever you think. I'm kind of thinking 6 months down the road after you were kind of, there's a part of you, of course, that's always going to have some hard feelings towards your village about what they did, but you're being a happy-go-lucky kind of person. You're like, what, I'm gonna make the best of this. I've always been curious and always had a bit of wanderlust anyway. Maybe this was just the impetus that I need to do it.
Yeah,
I like it. I think your backstory is fantastic. I want to give you props for something well crafted. So I think it can work. And I think that even if you chose the Draconic origin over the Phoenix origin, the dream sequence can still work.
Yeah, by making it the dream, that definitely keeps it either ways.
Yeah. I love both. I gotta admit, I love that you found this Phoenix thing. It's neat, but there's some synergy to you having the Draconic origin that is thick for the future. So
I'm fine.
I'll leave
with
it up
that,
to you.
Stormy.
What was that?
I'm fine with the Draconic style. Like me.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm happy for it. If you think it's going to make a good story, I'm happy for that.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. Then how about this? We'll say that that morning in the dream sequence. Of course, at the time, your character didn't think it was a dream, right? You thought he was experiencing it. But the bird, when it did its awakening transformation in the morning, when you woke up and it was there looking at you.
Yeah.
And the flame nearby. By the way, I also am going to change a slight thing in my world just to fit your backstory. I said in the description that at night the heat barely dissipates. I'm going to change that to be like an actual desert where at night the heat
cold at night
dissipates. Vastly dissipates. Vastly. Maybe not vastly. Yeah, vastly works. Vastly. That word doesn't work in that spot, but just heavily. There we go. All right, so I'm going to reread this, and then we're going to talk about your character backstory, how it fits. One more time for the new folks in the chat. Here we go. Arathia. A hot black-red sun dominates the cloudless sky of this desert wasteland during the day. This world's climate is a vast burnt desert, filled with giant salt oceans and small pockets of oases where civilization barely hangs on. At night, the heat heavily dissipates as the orange moon rises, and 3 other planets can occasionally be seen in the sky. One planet is hazy indigo, the other is pinkish white, and the final is a dull brown gray. The world's culture and aesthetic are similar to the gladiators of Rome or the fictional age of Conan. It is 4 primary nation states ruled by 4 mage lords known as the Dragon Emperors. For most of these rulers, the title Dragon Emperor does not mean they are a literal dragon, but is meant to convey the immensity of their power. However, the current greatest of these is rumored to actually be an ancient red dragon in human form. He is named Varathraxion, and some people revere him as the world's sun god, ruling tyrannically over his empire called the Dynasty of Convalt. The other notable ruler who jockeys for position is Archmage Magnus Throm of the Black Moon Magisterium. The other 2 rulers keep their identities a secret, but they quietly rule over the Empire of Iron Maw and the Battleborn Conglomerate. The world's economy is based primarily on slave trade, gladiatorial arenas, mercantilism, and the mining and development of rare metals. Although you were born into this world 27 years ago during a conjunction of the stars, you always felt your life was a bit off, as if you should have been born elsewhere. And our protagonist of the story, Sindri the Cinder, a rock gnome sorcerer, hair bright ginger with tips faded to platinum blonde, and a ginger brown beard with reddish brown tanned skin, has a fiery soul and a tricksy personality. After having a strange dream that he thought was real, of a shooting star crashing near him, turning out to be a bird that transformed into a tiny dragon, he awoke with strange abilities that he could not yet control. Because of this, he was exiled from his village for being a menace. To assuage their guilt, the village elders gave him a bag of gold and told him to take care of himself. With his connections as an artisan back in the settlements near the Empire of Iron Maw, he was able to use his charisma to find find some success and talk a mercenary company into letting him join as a freelancer to gain some experience on his new sojourn as an adventurer. Spiper is curious about what the other planets were called. Well, I'll say that will definitely be something that will come up in the campaign at some point in the future. But it is not knowledge that his character has, so.
Wait.
All right, so I like it. What do you think? Are you cool with everything?
I'm 100% cool with everything.
All right, I'm going to show you. Remember how I told you,
especially considering you changed a part of the world for my character.
No problem, brother. So remember how I told you and Fate and Druid and Starkitty before we started the stream that I had a surprise? Well, here's the surprise. Hopefully you can see it on the stream. You may have to look at your phone or whatnot. But I have a new scene that I set up. Make sure I have it ready to go. And this is for the audience and for you. Check this out.
Oh.
I have created a character template that is interactive that we'll be able to use on stream to make your character. Now, obviously, I want you at the same time to, do this as well, whatever. And so You'll have your own duplicate of this, but this will be for the audience to be able to see what's going on.
Yeah.
I agree, Spud. He crafted a really cool character. I'm super pumped. All right, so let's start off with the stuff that we've already figured out. Sindri the Cinder. Does that look right to you? Did I spell it right?
Looks fine to me.
All right. He is a sorcerer 1. That's the way I do it typically. It's the easiest. And if you multi-class, then you just do a slash and then you get it. Did you pick one of the D&D Player's Handbook backgrounds? It was artisan, right?
Yes, guild artisan I'd put.
And that is the background, right? Refresh my memory. I'm making sure.
Yeah, it's background.
I'm going to put BT for player name, if that's okay with you.
That's exactly what I've got on mine.
All right. For race, we're going to put Rock Gnome. And so I'm not a big fan of alignment in my worlds because I don't feel like actual living, conscious, sentient entities really, you can boil down or define down into a single kind of, type. You know what I'm saying? Yep. I would like you though, as a guide, kind of to know, like, I also, that I tend to craft stories that are about heroes, or at least people who, not necessarily, I'm not a big fan of, I mean, an evil playthrough is fun and cool, and I've done evil campaigns, but they were meant for the comedic purpose and the cool factor and doing weird, different things, right? This world that I've crafted is definitely a traditional kind of, you're gonna have the protagonists, which is the players, and they're gonna do amazing things, so are you okay with being an alignment that's not like, base evil?
I mean, I already filled mine in previously as chaotic good.
Oh, fair enough. I'm gonna put CG for you. I was thinking at the bare minimum chaotic neutral, but chaotic good works too.
Well, I figured I'd actually put chaotic neutral before they'd done the backstory. And when I put the backstory, I was like, yeah, you're kind of not neutral anymore.
Yeah. But remember that, your experiences in life shape who you are, but your choices
doesn't just fit to that.
Yeah, your choices shape your experiences too. So they tie hand in hand. That's another reason why I'm not a big fan of alignment. I'm fine if we put nothing in alignment, as long as you play your character, the way you envision his personality. So don't worry about experience points. I'm going to use what was it called? I forget what it's called, but basically, milestones. You guys are going to level up at milestones, and I have those kind of determined. All right, so figuring out your character stats. I think I would like to do something a bit different. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to my old school. I'm just a big fan of the old school way. Your character is gonna be a little OP, I will tell you that, if we use this method. Well, let me double check before I commit to that. The actual point buy system in 5th edition. Do you remember you've played the game so many times and made so many characters. Do you remember how the point buy system works in BG3?
Basically. I can't remember to reiterate it.
Well, okay.
I know everything starts at 10 and then you can, I can't remember exactly how many you add on to them, and then you can deduct from some as well.
Actually, they start at 8.
It's just in BG3 they start at 10 and then you can deduct all
Right.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the action I'm talking about in 5e, yeah. Yeah, the point buy system is actually a bit more complicated to me, and it's fun rolling dice. You got some 6-sided dice with you? How many do you have? You only need 4 if you have 4. If not, we'll do the point buy system.
What dice do I want?
You need D6s.
1, 2, 3. I've got 3 D6.
You have 3 D6.
Yep.
All right, we'll work together on this. I'll roll the 4th. So let me think about this a second before we do. I probably should have prepared this ahead of time. For that, I do apologize. Let me. If we do strength, dexterity, con, wisdom. Actually, constitution. No, I said that. Con, wisdom. Right there. Strength, dexterity, con, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They start at base 10. They give you 27 points to spend. Yeah, we're gonna roll dice. I like rolling dice. All right, I'm gonna roll here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna roll 4d6 6 times. Okay? And you're gonna. Do you have anything you can write with on a piece of paper or whatnot?
Yep.
If not, I will do it for you. It's fine.
Yep. I'm fully prepped.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna roll 46 6 times, and then each time that we roll the 46, we're gonna re-roll ones. Okay. And then after we've done that, each of those 6 times, we'll drop the lowest die, and we'll record that number of the dice added up. I'm gonna roll your 4th 6 for you. Okay. So you roll 3d, and we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna do that twice. So we're gonna do 2 sets of that, and we're gonna pick the best set. All right.
Okie dokie.
So roll your 3d6, and
6,
tell
a
me
3, and a 4.
What was it?
A 6, a 3, and a 4.
Okay. Drop the 3. So you have a 6 and a 4. I rolled a 6 for you, so that's going to be a 12. 12 and a 4 is 16. So, and now keep in mind, these are going to get to be moved around. We're just rolling them in order 6 times. So now go ahead and roll me another 3d6. My dice really like you.
So if I drop my lowest, or do you want to drop? Oh, it's out the lot. So I got 2 6s and a 4.
Yeah, let's say if you got 2 6s and a 4.
Yep.
Okay, so then you got 3 6s, so that's an 18. Because I rolled a 6 as well. All right, rolling again. Ready?
Yep.
All right, what did you get?
A 6, a 1, and a 2.
Okay, re-roll the 1.
4.
So I rolled a 2, so it dropped the one of the 2s. So we have a 6, a 4, and a 2, which is 12, right?
Yep.
All right. And next roll.
A 6 and 2 3s.
A 6 and 2 3s. Drop one of the 3s. I got a 5, so 6, 5, and 3 is another 14. Next.
A 4 and 2 2s.
All right, drop a 2. I rolled a 4, so the next one is a 10. And then the final one.
A 5, a 2, and a 1.
Reroll the 1.
A 5, a 4, and a 2.
All right, I got a 3, so a 5, a 4, and a 3. 9 and 3 is 12. That's a really good set. So here's a neat trick that a lot of people don't know when you're rolling your stats. You add up the second numbers and see what that comes out to, and that is your kind of average. And it's in. I've seen
22.
Dottie, which is a friend of ours, and Starkitty roll insane on these. So what I'm reading here is 10 and 10 is 20, 22.
Yep, that's what I got.
Not bad, not bad. You want to hear the best that I've ever seen rolled with this method?
Is it Starkitty by any chance?
Yeah, it was Starkitty with a 33. It was insane. All right, so now we're going to do this one more time and pick the best of the 2 sets. So far, this one's going to be hard to beat. This is pretty darn good. All right, what'd you get?
A 6 and 2 1s.
Oh, re-roll both the 1s.
A 6, a 2, and a 1.
Okay, so I rolled you a 6, so a 6 and a 6 and a 2 is going to be 14. And roll again.
Yep. A 4, a 4, and a 2.
I rolled you a 6, so that's another 14.
A 3 and 2 2s for the next one.
3 and 2 2s? Wow, that's terrible. I rolled you a 5, so 5 and a 5 is a 10.
Which we had a 10 on the last roll, to be fair.
What was that?
Which we had a 10 in the last set as well, so.
True, yeah.
A 6 and 2 1s. Reroll the 1s.
Yes, reroll the 1s.
A 6, a 5, and a 2.
Okay, I rolled you a 5, so that's a 16. Holy crap, this die really loves you, buddy.
A 6, a 5, and a 1. Do you want me to reroll?
I rolled another
one?
6. Reroll the 1 anyway. You might get 18 instead of 17.
It's a 4.
All right. So you got 2 6s and a 5, which is a 17. And then one more time.
2 4s and a 3.
2 4s and a 3. So that's... I rolled a 3 as well. So it's basically going to be 11, I believe. This looked like it was going to be pretty good. If that last one had been a better roll, I think it would have been the better of the two, believe it or not, but it's not. What I'm seeing here, 6 and 7 is 13, 14, 18, wait a minute, and 22. Did I do the math on the other one wrong? Let's see, 8 and 2 is 10, 6 and 4 is 10, that's 22, yeah, so 8, or 10, and 11 is 21, 22. They're both 22. Interesting.
I made this 23. Did I get that wrong?
Well, let's see.
8. So 4 and 4 is 8. 7 and 1 is 8. So that's 16.
16 and 6 is
Plus
20. Is
6.
12. So
Yeah.
So they're both 22.
I did an extra 1 from somewhere. I think what I'd done is rounded the 7 up to 8 and then added that 1 again.
Yeah. Honestly, let me think. Looking at these, I mean, I still think ultimately the first one is the better of the two.
I think the first one's the better of the two as well.
Yeah. So, as a gnome, as a sorcerer, we know you want to be charismatic. So, if you take a note, you will put that 18 into charisma. Right?
Yep.
So I did that there, so people can see. That gives your charisma modifier to be a 4 whenever we're rolling. Obviously, just like you've seen in BG3, we'll add 4 to any charisma style roll. And then now, so we'll mark the 18 off, or you can just put next to it what we put. You're gonna want to be quick, right? So I do want to make a point
is
here.
16.
I'm gonna say that this is a new thing I'm going to do for my campaign. This is going to be a homebrew rule. Every character that gets made at the end of the rolls gets to take 2 points and put them wherever they want. So you're going to get an extra 2 points on top of this to put wherever you want. Okay. And here's another house rule. On one ability score, you can pull a point away if you want to move it somewhere else. None of your ability scores can be less than 10.
Yeah. None of mine are odd, so I'm pretty much going to leave those as they are and just add.
Yeah, I figured. So you're going to want to try and avoid getting hit since you're not going to be wearing armor, or at least right now. So
yeah,
you want to put 16 in the dex?
I'm going to put 16 in the dex 100%.
All right, put that there. All right, so if that's dex, you probably want to be fairly healthy. Where do you want to put that in con, maybe?
My 14? Yeah.
All right. Constitution is like your health for the audience. Dexterity is like, how you avoid getting hit, shooting ranged, doing hand manipulation stuff. All right. So now you have a 12, a 12, and a 10. let's, in this instance, I like to back up a second and decide what is our least important stat to put the 10 in, and then we can put the other 2 wherever we want.
So the 10 I want in strength, because it makes sense.
Makes perfect sense. Yep. And so then obviously your intelligence is going to be 12. By the way, 12 doesn't seem like a lot, but 10 is average human intelligence. So 12 means you're above average. And then 12 wisdom means you're fairly wise. Are we good with this? Or would you rather potentially be wiser than you are quick?
No, I am happy with that, but did you say I've got to add another 2 as well yet?
You do, so keep that in mind. If you want to maybe be wiser or smarter, or health, well, up to you.
Part of me wants to stick the 2 in wisdom, but at the same time, I'm a wizard, so I feel like
you're a sorcerer, not a wizard. Remember.
It's sorcery, yeah, sorry. I'd said
it's okay, there's a difference, right? Because if you were a wizard, you'd want to put it, the
my intelligence would want to be the highest.
Yeah.
Yeah, but since I'm a sorcerer, I'm thinking that I kind of want my arcana to be a little bit high. And the fact that my character also likes to understand how things work when they're magical or mechanical.
Okay.
So I'm going to add the 2 into intelligence rather than wisdom.
See, I love that you're not min-maxing it. You're instead choosing what's right for the character's personality and backstory. That's great. That's a great start. All right. So the cool thing is, the first level character, you don't actually have to roll your hit points. You automatically get max. And refresh my memory, I believe sorcerers start at 6, right? I think they use a D6, that is, I should say. I'm pretty sure that they do.
Yeah, 1d6.
Yeah. So then we just take 6, add 2 from your constitution, and can't read this from here. Here, you know what? I'm gonna, since I look so tiny on the screen anyway, I'm gonna
come sit forwards.
I probably should have done this to begin with. I don't know what I was thinking.
The DM screen.
Yeah. All right. So, there's the hit points. 8. And your hit dice is 1d6. Oh, I put, never mind. What is current for? I'm not sure what that is.
I'm thinking it's so you can use it in battle. Or if you've ended a battle at a certain hit points and not healed, I presume.
Oh, sorry, this is a new character.
You've also
sheet
got. Oh, no. So you'll set your maximum, I think, and then your temporary, and then it'll generate your current.
Ah, so for example, is this the temp?
So if I set my maximum to 8, and then my temporary hit points to 5. Nope, that didn't work. Maybe I've got it backwards.
Well, you're right though, that 8 is your maximum hit points, right?
Yeah.
So, all right. What is this one? Boons? Yeah. So your initiative. Let's take a look at sorcerer again. That's the one negative. I don't mind getting up and down though. All right, at first level.
Yes, temp would be from buffs or other such things.
Right. All right, at first level, you're going to have proficiency bonus of 2. That's already denoted on the table there at the bottom underneath the ability scores. Your passive wisdom perception. Well, actually, we need to do this. We need to do the skills, I suppose.
So I've got mine ticked in from what I'd picked through background and such.
Okay.
And sorcerer.
So
let's start with. Is there anything for strength? Probably not, right?
No, the first one to get anything in is intelligence.
Okay. So is that a saving throw or just a skill?
It's a skill, Arcana.
All right, Arcana. All right.
The saving throw part, I wasn't exactly sure, so I thought I'd leave that to us. I put insight in wisdom.
Yes, Mr. Hildebrand, it is. Yes, temp hit points is from buffs. Oh, I get it. Yeah. So you put the temp hit points there. Like, yeah. Maybe this is where you do the subtraction. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But at any rate, so Arcana.
Oh, yeah, Arcana. I've got picked. I've got proficiency in that.
All right. So that should be then proficiency plus your intelligence modifier, which is a total of 4. By the way, what is your first saving throw for your class? Is it just wisdom and charisma?
It's con.
Oh, it's
con. Con and charisma.
All right, so con is going to be then also a 4. We should go ahead and put the numbers in. Your strength saving throw is a 0. Your athletics is a 0. Your dexterity saving throw is a 3. Your athletics is a 3. Sleight of hand is a 3. Stealth is a 3. Intelligence saving throw is a 2. History is a 2. Investigation is a 2. Oh, by the way, with your background, what were the skills that you got proficiency in? Let's go ahead and do those.
So wisdom, insight.
Okay.
Charisma, deception, and persuasion. That's
Perfect.
my background and the
Excellent. All right.
gnomish.
Yeah. So 2, 2, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 1, 4, 6, 4. They're just hitting here. That's super exciting, Stormy. You can say numbers. All right. All right. I love that Mr. Hildebrand and Kieran Scott are being nice to each other. That's so cool. It's fun when they poke fun at each other, but they're also very, very, very good to each other. They're good friends. And that shines through. You guys are amazing, and you're beloved by us here at Stormkeep. All right, so go ahead and check mark the inspiration, because I'm going to say that you start off with 1 inspiration. I'm going to have to figure out between... I did the inspiration die a little bit differently in the last campaign. We'll see what I want to do with it this time. At any rate, what personality... Did you choose any personality traits from the player's handbook?
Yes.
Okay, what did you pick?
So that was always wants to know how something mechanical or arcane works.
Okay. Did you make that one up, or did you find it in the book?
That's in the book, but it's also technically is correct for what I was building. So I was like, well, that works perfectly.
I love it. I love it. Okay.
And another one I had was loves to play tricks, pranks, jokes. And that one is clearly mine. If anyone's wondering about the color of my face right now as well, it's because I've got a big white screen in front of my face. So it alters colors a little bit.
Pranks and jokes. Okay. Ideals. Did you pick?
Believes that everyone needs to stop being so serious and be free to do as they please rather than being cornered into job types.
Be less serious. And what was the last part? I missed it.
Be free to do as they please rather than being cornered into job types. That's more as in he believes you should be able to do whatever kind of job you want rather than being forced to do your families.
Okay. Anything else from that?
That's it for ideals.
All right. Bonds?
That's where I said about they will find somewhere that he can be himself and doesn't have to follow his family's trade, but we've obviously...
Wait, say again? I'm sorry. I missed it.
We'll find somewhere that he can be himself and doesn't have to follow his family's trade.
Ah. Did you say trade or footsteps?
Trade.
Okay. All right. And flaws?
I also add in bonds to commit to the punchline.
Ah, I like it. Excellent. Flaws.
So I've got easily distracted, which we made reference to in the story, and not unlike the person that's playing him.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Definitely fits. Definitely suits. I love it. Anything else?
I also had sometimes too invested in making the pun or trick, like making it work or going out of his way to get one when there doesn't need to be one.
Wait, say that again?
So he's too invested in making a pun or trick work.
I see. Okay. I gotcha. All right. What proficiencies in languages did you pick for him?
So he can speak, read, write, Common and Gnomish. And that's from his Gnomish background.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know if it needed putting in, but I also put that the Gnomish language uses Dwarvish script and is renowned for technical treatises and catalogues of knowledge about the natural world.
As long as you remember that, that's cool. I'm not going to write
It's
it down
in there,
here.
so yeah.
What are his other two languages? Or what else? Go on.
He gets another language from Sorcerer, which I put down as Elvish because apparently gnomes are quite friendly with elves, so I've put that in.
Yeah,
because it
his
seems
village
like a
would have
logical
traded
choice.
with the wild sand elves that like to wander about, the nomadic sand elves that trade. So for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. What else?
He's proficient with artisan tools, and then I put in brackets tinker tools.
So he's got a 2 intelligence. That means you can add 2 more languages.
Oh, okay. I didn't read that.
Let's do one as draconic, because that will fit the world.
Yep. It also fits the background of the sorcerer.
Yeah.
The other one I was thinking as well that would make sense then would be the Dwarfish, seeing as Gnomish comes from Dwarvish script.
Yep. Perfect. All right. Proficiencies.
Artisan tools, specifically tinker tools.
Okay.
Weapons, daggers, darts, slings, quarterstaffs, and light crossbows. Apparently.
I think that's just simple weapons, isn't it?
It's everything that it listed specifically in the book.
Really?
Yeah.
Say it again then.
Daggers, darts, slings, quarterstaffs, light crossbows.
Whoops.
I think simple weapons also involves clubs, if I remember rightly.
Right.
Which this doesn't.
Right.
That's it for proficiencies.
Okay.
Features and traits.
Yeah.
Dark vision, 60 feet.
Okay.
Gnome Cunning. Advantage on all intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws against magic.
Say again? Advantage on what?
Advantage on all intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws against magic.
Wow.
Yeah, that sounds ridiculous. But there's gnomes for you guys.
Yep, aren't you glad you picked gnome? All right.
Damn right I am.
What else?
Advantages on all my saves against magic.
I'm gonna put on here Draconic Origin, okay? Too? Unless
Yep.
you've already added that later. No. We have to figure out what the first level of Draconic Origin thing is. I apologize for not remembering all of that. I appreciate that you and the other folks are patient, understanding with my brain not remembering all of the stuffs.
Draconic Resilience.
So yeah, you get Draconic Resilience. I'm definitely thinking that if it's okay with you, wait a minute, let me think.
You actually get Draconic from the Draconic bloodline as well.
Yeah, that's right. So we need to pick an. I had a feeling about that, so we're gonna have to give you another language. You wanna grab another one?
You know what? I'm gonna say Goblin because it seems like a natural enemy of the gnome, so it'd make sense.
Actually, there's
Or in
not
your
a lot
world,
of.
would it
Let me
not?
double check. I don't think that's a. You could. Let's pick. There's not a lot of. There's goblins. I don't think goblins exist in this world.
Okay.
So, let me go with. I forget what the language of kobolds is. Well, for now, we'll just put kobold. I know that it's actually. Well, I think. Never mind. I think the language of kobolds is Draconic. So. Pick another one.
Do we have giants? Actually, does a gnome talking to a giant make any sense at all?
Honestly,
I don't think it
giants.
does.
Giants aren't very. Yeah, this world doesn't have. It does have some giants. They're not ubiquitous.
You knowing the world, what would an artisan likely want to know for trading? If you can answer that without any spoilers.
No. I can answer that without spoilers. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, you already picked Elvish and Dwarvish, which is handy.
Because those two came literally from what makes sense to what they'd be trading with, or where the language has its origins. So
yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think there are giants are rare in this world, but they do exist. And I would say that there are certain races that don't exist in this unusual world. So keep that in mind. Man, that's a tough one. This is not super important. Let's do XXXX, and we will pick that later. Yeah, he is he's not technically a scholar. He's just an artisan. So he I think he wants to be a scholar. If I'm understanding you correctly, right? Not necessarily like a scholar, like a true kind of, but he wants to be scholarly. He wants to understand. He's more like an engineer than a scholar.
He's
right?
more like an inventor kind of side of it, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I see engineer. Let's think for a second. What Elvish. Name off some of the languages if you have them handy to look at the moment. If you have to look at the book, I can do that too.
Off the top of my head, I have no idea.
I forgot where they're at.
Yep, I don't know that either. Social interaction, 185?
Here we are. I turn right to it. Standard languages. He could do halfling or giants.
Stormy. Have you seen what's at the back of the book? When I was clambering around to find one.
Well, I missed what you said. What?
I said when I was clambering around to find where I would get hold of one, there is technically one at the back of the book.
Oh yeah.
I could have just scanned it in at work. That I would have got away with.
I think your idea of doing giants is fine. Yeah,
Jesus.
Your camera's being a pill again, isn't it?
Yep, I've just reset it. It worked.
Reset
for anyone who doesn't know is my hand covering it up.
Let me take a look at something real quick here. What page was that again? I had just found it.
Shit, I can't remember. You could tell the sorcerer gnome.
Tell you what, let's say let's leave it open for now.
Yep.
And say that you are open to learning a new language when you can.
Okay.
Then I can actually work that into the story. How's that sound?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. So back to Draconic Origin. What was the first? There's I think you get a couple of things at first level for Draconic Origin, right?
Yep. Let me pull the book out. Dragon Ancestor. At first level, you choose one type of dragon as your ancestor. The damage type associated with each dragon is used by features you gain later. So
I was kind of thinking you pick red because it kind of fits your fiery personality, and it also means you'll be resistant to the fires that you accidentally start. You know, it really suits, right?
Well, it was either that or the gold I was thinking of because it would tie into the clothing as well.
They would tie it to the what?
The clothing, because I've got like gold stitching put into it.
I have to turn you up a tad. You are on chat.
And it still keeps you as a fire dragon.
Yeah, I do see your point. Gold stitching. I think red, if it's okay with you, red fits a lot better with this world.
That's fine.
All right. And so that means that you will have fire resistance. What else does it mean? Anything else? At first level?
You can speak rude. Whenever you make a charisma check interacting with dragons, your proficiency bonus is doubled. That's something else, will it? Oh, so yeah, actually. Whenever you make a charisma check interacting with dragons, your proficiency bonus is doubled if it applies to the check.
Wow. Checks with dragons. Yeah, for conversations? Or just charisma checks?
It just says charisma checks.
Okay, charisma checks with dragons. proficiency. Spelled it right.
Proficiency bonuses.
Right. Anything else?
Draconic resistance, magic resistance falls you. First level, your hit point increases. Oh, so at first level, your hit point maximum increases by 1, and increases by 1 again whenever you gain a level in this class.
Oh wow! So you get extra hit points. So you can have 9 hit points. That's basically like you get a free Constitution point almost.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm just going to put you get an additional HP at each level. And next. Is that it?
Additionally, there are parts of your skin are covered by a thin sheen of dragon-like scales. When you aren't wearing armor, your AC equals 13 plus your dexterity modifier.
Wow. Okay. So your skin has shiny dragon scales, and your base AC is 13 without armor. So that means you're going to have a 16 AC because of this. Right?
Yup.
All right. Aren't you glad you picked that one? Gnome
See,
Dragon Boy.
I'll be honest, there was part of me that technically avoided this class because I didn't want to be accused of going for a max because of that skill. Because I knew that skill was a thing.
What, you mean the shiny skin thing?
Yep. It's the only reason I didn't go directly to that class. I was like, I want to find something different.
I hope you don't mind. Honestly, narratively, it makes a lot more sense.
I'm completely fine with it. Like I said, I avoided it just because of that reason, so people won't just think, oh, he's just going for that because he gets the AC.
Yeah, the min-max thing. Dude, I love your integrity, and I appreciate you. All right. So.
That's it for first level, as far as I can tell.
Are there any other features and traits?
Yes.
Jumped. Okay, what?
There is. So we've got the gnome cunning from previous, don't we?
Yep.
Artificer's lore. Whenever you make an intelligence, and it had in brackets history in the book, I'm presuming that means it has to be specifically history.
Yeah, if you do a history intel check.
Related to magical items, alchemical objects, or technological devices, you add twice your proficiency bonus instead of any extra proficiency bonus you would apply.
Say it again, intel.
Whenever you make an intelligence in brackets history check related to magical items, alchemical objects, or technological devices.
Alchemical objects?
Or technological devices.
Or tech devices. You double your proficiency?
Yeah, you add your proficiency twice instead of any proficiency bonus you would apply. That's the wording that it specifically uses. Mine, I'm going to delete that and just put it as add proficiency bonus twice.
Yeah. All right. Anything else?
Tinkerer. You have proficiency with artisan tools. It then goes on from that. Using those tools, you can spend 1 hour or 10 GP. I presume GP is gold.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Worth of materials to construct a tiny clockwork device. Device lasts 24 hours unless you spend an hour repairing it or use an action to dismantle it. Reclaiming the materials can create... reclaiming the materials if you dismantle it fully.
All right, I simplified it to be tinkerer, proficient with artisan tools, see book, creating tiny clockwork devices.
Yeah.
All right.
I've got a list of the devices, but obviously that's because I want to see that.
All right.
But if you have
anything else?
As for that, no.
So is that
unless
all
you just want to
traits?
put clockwork, toy, fire starter, or music box under that tinkerer.
Say again?
Unless you want to put the type of things I can make underneath tinkerer, clockwork, toy, fire starter, and music box.
Oh, you mean you have to pick one of those?
No, I can... Oh, sorry. I can also create 3 of those at any time.
3 of those at any time. So, 3 of those toys?
I could create 3 clockwork toys or fire starters or music boxes at any one time.
Interesting. I'll let you remember and keep track of that. That's okay.
Yep.
Okay.
To be fair, the main one that I've got it for is, obviously, I'll be tinkering with stuff, but the one that I was thinking is because we've also got to have something so I can cast my spells like a component pouch or a focus. I was wondering, because of the dream, could we use what was my old fire starter as the focus?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. You mean you had a fire starter device, the original one that you created? Is that what you're getting at?
So the original one that I created, I'd put this in because I wanted to ask you. It was, so on my quarterstaff, I'd attached my fire starter, so I always had it with me.
Yeah.
But because of the dream, the way that I'd done it, I tried to use the fire starter to help save the bird by keeping myself warm and it warm. So it made that my spell focus, sort of thing.
Yeah, no, that's great. Absolutely. Make sure you make a note of that or write it down. The most important thing about remembering about your backstory is going to come when you role play with other, adventurers, other players, when you get to know each other and stuff. So keep that stuff in mind and share what you want to share and hold back what you want to hold back when you're ready to share. It'll make for really great, interesting role playing. Okay. Yeah. Any other features or traits?
Not that I've found, no.
Okay, all right. I'm going to give you, we're going to say that they were really generous with you. They gave you like 250 gold, and you have, and then, but you've spent some in the 6 months trying to make your way. So we'll say you have like, 220 gold? How does that sound?
Sounds better than the 15 the book gives me.
Yeah. Oh, the book was going to give you 15? Okay.
15 gold in a pouch.
Maybe I made you a bit too rich. Change that to 120, okay?
Damn it, should have kept my mouth shut.
No, I would have found that and gone, about that. I gotta. Yeah. So equipment-wise, you don't really, other than, I think the only equipment you have, I guess you said you have the staff, right?
Yeah, I've got a quarterstaff, which, like I've just written in mine, quarterstaff with fire starter attached at the top, which is my spell focus.
Yeah.
Now apparently, I'd also get a letter of introduction from my guild, but given my background, would I?
Yeah, because they wanted to make sure that they weren't just that you didn't commit some sort of awful crime. You didn't hurt anybody. They're so they would have absolutely given you a letter of reference.
Yep.
Hey, Blaze. So yeah, 100%.
So I've got the letter of introduction from my guild.
This trinket on the end of your staff. It's removable from the end of the staff, right?
Yeah, I've just attached it to it.
I thought so.
As
Okay.
like a
just making
freeze
sure.
while I walk around.
Right.
I thought of that, otherwise I'm stuck with the same quarter staff my entire time.
Right. Right. All right. Oh, your speed is. What's the speed of a gnome? Is it lessened or is it
25 feet.
25 feet. Okay. I thought so.
I also get an explorer's pack in the equipment.
Refresh my memory. At first level, you don't get any feats, right? That's not until 4th, I believe.
Not until 4th, no.
Yeah. All right. So then we know you're not going to have improved alertness, which would give you higher initiative. So your initiative is going to be a 3. I'm going to write that in now. Right?
Yep.
And equipment continued. I mean, let's jump down here. We've talked about, so you're going to be 27. Your height was 4'2". By the way, did we miss anything?
Yeah, there was 2 things more on the equipment that I was unsure that I would have had.
Oh, what was it? Oh, so was on the equipment, was that the letter?
The letter I would have had.
Okay.
But also, there was an explorer's pack, which again, I'm presuming I would also have.
Yes.
But the one that I was unsure of, being who I was, would I have 2 daggers? Because that's what the book states as sorcerers would have. And to me, that doesn't make sense.
I'll say a dagger. You know, you look at it like this, as somebody who would survive in the wilds, I could say 2 daggers. You would want a backup in case one broke or got lost.
Yeah, I suppose. I didn't think of it that way. I was thinking more of, why would I have 2 daggers? I've got
you're not a dual wielder.
Weapon.
No, it's for, doing stuff. All right. Anything else? Was that all the equipment?
That was all the equipment there, yeah. So we have Tinker Tools, pouch containing 120 gold, a letter of introduction, quarterstaff with fire starter attached, which is my spell focus, removable.
Gotcha. All right.
I'll put in brackets removable, otherwise I might forget. And then we've got explorers and the 2 daggers.
Weight-wise, at 4'2".
3'2".
Or excuse me. Oh, 3'2"?
Yes, I am short.
You're a tiny little guy. So I would say you're probably like, what, 65 pounds?
42.
Huh?
I'd put myself at 42.
42 pounds?
Yes. I don't know what pounds are. It just gave me an ideal weight, and I picked a number in there that was on the lower side. If you think 42 is too low, tell me, because I don't work in pounds.
Well, you're 3'2". I don't know. That's honestly. Well, let's ask the Oracle. What is the average weight of a toddler?
Yeah. So the book lists gnomes as average weight about 40 pounds.
Okay. Well, if their average weight is 42 pounds, let's put you at 40. Because as a sorcerer with a 10 strength, you're not very beefy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you said your eyes were black and red. And your skin is reddish with a hint of, I don't know, just reddish tan, right?
Yep.
And your hair is ginger.
I actually described it here as a flame-licked mohawk.
Flame-licked mohawk?
It was shorter than writing all the big long description that I've got in my actual description.
I like flame-licked mohawk. I put that there. So the rest of this, Now we got to jump to spells. We got to do this real quick. All right.
Yep.
So
cantrips, I've got pre-filled based on what
Go
I
for it.
think, but obviously that's open to you for a base start on this world.
Right.
So obviously, given background prestidigitation as a cantrip.
Prestidigitation, yes. Okay. Mage hand.
As per, I actually put Firebolt the next, but Mage Hand is also in there.
Yeah. Firebolt.
Yep.
How many cantrips do you get? I didn't pay attention to that. 4? Okay. What's the next
Yep.
one?
The final one I'd put Create Bonfire.
Create bonfire? No, but remember. Well, you're not doing the Phoenix thing anymore, so because that was
But it
just a
can
dream.
also be used. Yeah, that's why that's in there. So we could change that for something else. Because I'd be happy to take something like Ray of Frost for something different, but it's whether it makes sense to be in a fire dragon.
Well, it's not about that, right? You don't have to stay completely on theme. You're a sorcerer. You're gonna, gain spells that might not necessarily.
Shocking Grasp.
Okay. I mean, it actually suits because technically, when you electrocute somebody, they get burned too. So. So
I was also thinking because mechanical things running on electricity.
Yes, look at you. That's clever, man. High five me. Do it like.
Which
wait, am I going to...
Yeah, that one. I'd like to say I was 100% not trying to remake that clip, but I genuinely had no freaking idea because this is a new scene.
Someone clip that. All right.
Fuck.
I know, right? All right. So, how many first level spells do you have?
I need to pull up my sorcerer again for this 1 second. Pull the book out.
Sorcerer. Oh, first level.
I know.
Oh, no, that's incorrect. Where's that?
You know 2 first level spells from the sorcerer spell list.
Perfect. What did
this
you
I
say?
haven't pre-picked because I wanted to talk to you about these as a depending on origin.
Okay.
Would it make sense for anything in particular? I wasn't 100% sure either way.
All right. So how many slots do you have? And I forget, in 5th ed, does a sorcerer get bonus slots for a high charisma? I think they do, don't they?
The spells known column in the Spacer's table shows learn more sorcerer spells. When you get a level with plus, you gain spells. It doesn't say so.
Is it okay? Spiper makes a very good point. Is it okay if your quarterstaff is made of iron or some sort of maybe steel, sort of metal?
I'm completely fine with that.
Thank you, Pelican, and I love you, sir. You okay with that? All right. Because Spiper's point, without even saying it out loud, is if you got this whole fire thing going on, then you might accidentally set your own staff on fire. So yeah, I like the idea that. And honestly, in this world,
So what if
yeah,
we add that my staff used to be, and I've had to replace the staff because that happened?
oh, for sure. Make sure you make a note of that so you can write it down in your backstory for later.
Thank you, Spiper.
Spiper, we love you, sir.
Oh, good eyes, guy. Spiper, how's it going?
How's it going? All right.
I promise I'll stop.
Yeah. I'll stop when you do. All right. So how many slots do you have? Was I right that you get a bonus slot for high charisma?
I can't find anything that says so.
Maybe I'm thinking of 3.5. Let me grab grab a book. I'm gonna grab a book. Wait, I think I literally had it open over here.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you coming out of my pocket? You're supposed to stay in my pocket.
Because all I can see here is there's a table and it shows first level, 4 cantrips, 2 known spells. Spell slots per spell level is 2.
So you get, all right. Double check.
No wooden staffs! I remember what happened.
Spell slots. The sorcerer table shows how many spell slots you have to cast your sorcerer spells at first level and higher. To cast one of these sorcerer spells, you must expend a slot in spell's level or higher. You regain all expended spell slots when you finish a long rest. You know 2 first level spells of your choice. Spells known column shows when you learn more sorcerer spells of your choice. Each of these spells must be the level for which you have spell slots. For instance, when you reach 3rd in this class, you can learn 1 new spell of 1st or 2nd. Additionally, when you gain a level in this class, blah, 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 spellcasting ability. Yeah, no. I guess I was mixing 3.5 in with 5th ed then. All right. So yeah, I guess you have 2 spells you know, and 2 first level slots.
Yep.
But don't forget about sorcery points later on. That's
yeah,
pretty
that's
neat
level
what you
2
can do with those. So, all right. Okay, so you have how many? You have 2, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark out all but 2 of these, and that way, when you're ready to use it, when you use one of your first level spells, you just black it out. I mean, I guess it's all in how your brain works. You could go at either direction. But I feel like this works better because this way you know how many spell slots you have. Where if you leave it open and fill them in, then that doesn't make sense. I don't know. Anyway, all right. So you have 2 slots and 2 spells. What spells are you intrigued by?
I'm just trying to pull the list up as we speak.
And while you're at it, let's see. The spell attack bonus, I believe, is 8 plus your charisma. Plus your proficiency. Yep. And that's also your DC. So your spell attack is going to be 8 and 4 is 12 plus 2 is 14. I believe that's also your spell save DC. Paired spells total.
The stupid box.
Spell attack modifier is just your proficiency plus your charisma. All right, I don't know what I was giving you. 4. Yeah, spell attack bonus 14 at level 1 would be broken. So 4 plus 2 is 6. And the spell save DC is, 14 is right. It's 8 plus 4, 12 plus 2 from proficiency is 14. Can you imagine a first level character with a spell attack bonus of 14? That'd be like a fighter who can hit with their sword with a 14. All right. What you think spells wise?
I am thinking Thunderwave.
Good choice. And why did that not work? Come on now. Uh-oh. I think my keyboard's battery finally died. I don't know how to get this thing open. So. Shit. Well, that's Stormy broke it. No, it was the battery on the keyboard was on its last legs, and it gave up the ghost. Getting this open, I will probably end up breaking it. I guarantee you that, because something's like really stuck on it. It doesn't want to pop open the way it's supposed to. I didn't craft it. Ah, shit. Wait, what? Well, that's weird.
You need to get my gnome to fix it for you.
Oh, you know what? Maybe the problem? User error. Prepared spell name. Maybe. Yeah, for whatever reason, I can't type in that first one. That's all it was. Okay. I still need to replace the battery in it, but all right. Thunderwave, and what was the second one?
I was thinking of Disguise Self going down the prankster route, because he's still going to draw from that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the first level spell, right?
Yep.
I dig it. I dig it. Well, as far as everything goes, obviously, right now you don't have any companions, familiars, or pets, so we won't go into that on that part of the character sheet. You know, obviously, it's possible that may change or not. We'll see how things will go as part of the experience, the adventure. This page right here, you can fill in as in-depth as you want and take notes here.
I know the character appearance part is also to paste a picture in rather than write your description.
Right. And based upon the notes that you took from the world history that I gave you, you can throw in some obvious alliances and organizations. I'm trying to think, did we miss anything on the first page? I don't think we did. I think Sindri the Cinder is ready to go.
Okay, I'm just checking if I missed anything there.
PT.
What have you got in the top line underneath, in the middle box underneath the HP?
What was that?
1 second. I just need to pull up the stream on my phone so I can see it better.
Are you talking about the temp HP part?
No, it was the staff. I was like, I don't know what this bit is.
Yeah. I mean, you have a proficiency bonus of 2 if you ever want to bonk something, and it you know. So. Wait, is a staff a versatile weapon? Can you use strength or dex? Wait, that's not
it is
sorry, that's not what versatile. Versatile is. No. Yeah. I'm thinking of finesse, and it is not a finesse weapon. Did you want to also? Never mind. I was going to ask a dumb question. All right. So, I love it. I love Sindri the Cinder. Tell you what we're going to do next. I'm going to take a brief potty break. You're welcome to as well.
I'm glad you said that.
and then when we come back, we're going to do a one-shot origin story encounter for your character that will set up here. I got to go into the next scene just because we got to get into it here.
Camera, give it a rest.
Combat, Mats, no, BT character correct. Just because, like this origin story will actually this piece of your origin story is the kind of the last piece of your origin story that will transition you, and you'll see what happens to get you towards when we actually begin the campaign with the rest of the party members. So I'm gonna go take a quick potty, and then we will do that forthwith.
Okie dokie.
You wanna trade places? You wanna entertain the troops, and then I'll go. Oh, Stormy is a hand. Yeah.
Stormy used Mage Hand.
If you entertain the troops, I'll be right back, and then I will take point.
Okie dokie. So,
What do we think to Sindri? Are we looking forward to a sorcerer that's shorter than Druid and definitely didn't make it shorter than Druid for any particular reason? I'll be honest, I hid one part of my backstory that I wasn't gonna do, but I might bring it out later. We'll see about it. There's a reason that I am 3'2" rather than 3'1", because Druid might have mentioned that she was 3'1.5". I had to make sure that I was. Well, she didn't mention she was 3 foot. She mentioned she was 1.5. So I made sure that I was 2.5. And I was going to make reference to a druid that my character is a friend with, who is 3'1.5", and she was always annoyed at how tall I was. But I chose not to go down that route. I just thought it would be a bit too far in a character. Writing my backstory that has a little short joke in there. But that was literally because I thought of it yesterday. There will be no tossing, that's for sure. You can toss me if you want to get burned. This will have a great plot relevance.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that I had turned my mic back on.
Indeed.
All right, enjoy your
disappear now.
Yep. Nip to the loo, sir. We'll see you in a bit. Hi, guys. I want to call all you guys out in a positive way, and thank you so much for joining me for BT's first character creation. It's an honor and a privilege and a pleasure that you guys joined us for this. Karen Chicato, Pelicanon, Spiper, Subi J, Mr. Hildebrand, and anybody else in chat who's still here, hanging out, listening, lurking. You are adored, and I appreciate you. And I really love where he went with this. And I think it's hilarious that for some reason he thought his backstory wasn't going to fit in the world that I created. But while he's gone, I'm going to give you guys a little tease. So for next week, it's going to be, obviously we know who's going next, Starkitty. I just want you guys to know this is a unique campaign. Each party member is coming from a different world. So be sure to come check that out. You'll be intrigued by it. I'm looking forward to to what you guys will see. But for tonight, I hope I didn't spoil that for BT. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that because there's a there's a chance he might have heard that. I hope not. Did you hear any spoilers, BT? No, he doesn't have his headset on, so we're good. We're good. Good. All right.
Talking shit?
No. I was talking to them about. I was giving them a kind of a teaser, a little bit of a minor little teaser spoiler about what's going on. So.
Hey, go Naboo. You've been good. You need snacks. The only person who can eat on stream is Naboo.
Of course, yes. 100%.
My shiny head.
All right.
Oh, you actually finished them, Naboo.
We're gonna get you set up here. No, that's not what I wanted to do.
Oop. Definitely didn't want to do that.
Okay.
Boop, 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 boop. What you sniffing at, Naboo? What's up?
You're just looking for more snacks, aren't you?
Just getting ready, getting prepped, getting set up for this.
There's nothing here, Naboo.
Give him 3 snacks and now he's constantly investigating.
He wants more.
Well, he'll have to wait because there ain't any more in the house. This banana needs to go shopping. There's definitely not in the PC, Naboo.
Definitely not on the PC. What?
He was sniffing the front of the PC. And everybody else can just see the tip of a tail just walking around behind me like this. Do 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 do. Oh, it's there. Ding 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 ding. Speaking of snacks, what sort of food can they produce in this world?
What sort of what?
Spiper asks, speaking of snacks, what sort of food can they produce in this world?
Ah, well, that's a good question. I would say
Deep fried dwarf.
What?
Deep fried dwarf.
Deep fried dwarf. Yeah, they have quite a retinue of fried foods for sure, and breads, and definitely a lot of meat. Like it's pretty dark. It's definitely not an apocalyptic world, but it's still a very harsh world, right? It's a very harsh world. So, okay, this is good. I like it. You ready for this, buddy? Everybody in chat ready for this little mini one-shot adventure origin story of Sindri the Cinder? His first big encounter. Okay. To gain a bit more experience, Sindri the Cinder, you decide to take a freelancing job as a new recruit for a mercenary company called the Red Sand Jackals. What's funny is I had already written that. I didn't write that down after we made your character. That's literally what I put here. So I loved that your backstory actually worked very well to fit into what we were doing. So very well done. Back to it again. Sorry, one more time.
Yep.
You decided to take a freelance job as a new recruit for a mercenary company called the Red Sand Jackals, who work for a wealthy merchant of the Iron Maw Empire. Your team, just about a week ago, was deployed to explore a newly discovered ancient dungeon under a ruin, which was found in a recently acquired territory in the deep desert. You don't necessarily have to make notes on this part. This is just for fun, but whatever you want.
Oh, okay.
After successfully navigating the early part of the dungeon, someone missed a floor trap. And due to the age of the ruin, a massive swath of the floor collapsed, which shockingly dropped your entire team to their deaths into an underground canyon, and also blocked your only means of escape. Forced to wander alone, you began looking for a way out, so this place would not become your final tomb. After almost a day of exploring, you stumble upon a secret door. And that's where we begin.
Those. So, am I starting here?
Sorry?
Am I starting now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've described to you a scenario. The tunnels in this dungeon, it's not technically a dungeon. It looks like it was the ruin that was found was very old and had only recently been uncovered by a sandstorm. And it had been seen for a while, but this particular piece of property had changed hands and is now owned by the Iron Maw Empire. And they decide, well, you know what? We might either find something valuable down there, whether it be knowledge or equipment or whatnot, or history, whatever, or we might even be able to find valuable materials or rare metals, which is one of the things that they deal in. So that's why they sent this exploratory mercenary crew to go down there and check it out. It turns out there was underneath the ruin. There was an the ruin was known, but underneath the ruin was what was unknown. Turns out there's basically some sort of basement series of tunnels that looks like it may have partially been set up to be a family crypt, but also just some sort of minor underground facility with just a series of tunnels that kind of didn't make a lot of sense. And so, I'm gonna, for now, we'll theater the mind it. We don't really need to use the mat yet. But you're standing in a stone corridor. Describing it to you, the floor is made of stone. It's got a layer of sand in it, and dust, very dry. The walls kind of come up at an angle instead of coming up straight. Oh. And the roof is roughly 10 feet high. And the corridor is 10 feet wide. And what happened was you discovered something out of place on one of the walls, and it turned out that by pushing on what looked like a strange rock, loose stone, that you discovered that there's a secret door that kind of can push inward.
Okay. So, just because I'm presuming it's dark, I'll have my stuff with my fire starter lit at this point to give me some source of light.
Right. Gotcha. Now you do have dark vision, so keep that in mind. Dark vision
more
lets
for
you
a comfort thing that I've got the fire lit.
Right. Of course.
Because I'm on my own at the end of the day, so it's just that extra little bit of.
I mean, here's the thing. Dark vision, people don't necessarily understand. So dark vision just allows you kind of to see. Imagine I'm sure you've seen movies where like Navy SEALs have night vision goggles. Yeah, that's what dark vision kind of looks like, right?
Yeah.
So You would still kind of want to have a light source, a flame light source, like a torch or something, goes out to about 20 feet, and then another 20 feet of dim light. But you, because of your dark vision, can see beyond that. So
yeah, because the way I interpret it was, it's basic because it does say black and white, but in darkness, it's basically dim light, is what I see.
Yes, exactly.
Yep. So I haven't opened the door yet. That's what you're saying.
It's
okay, so the first thing I'm going to do, out of interest, one, I'm going to put my staff up around the door to see if there's air being pulled into it or anything like that. See if it draws the flame towards it.
It does not.
Just to check if there's a ready air source.
Right. It doesn't draw the flame in or push it out.
Okay. So, and the next thing I would make some sort of, I'd make an intelligence check on the actual mechanism of the door to make sure it's not going to activate a trap.
Yeah, what you'd want to do is do an investigation check to look for a trap.
Okay, so
I believe that you're just, since you're not proficient in investigation, you just roll a d20 and add 2.
Because it's a mechanical thing, would I get my Artificer's lore?
Yes. So you're going to actually...
It's 4.
Yep.
I don't need to roll... Okay, need help. What am I rolling?
D20.
There we go. Thank you. I don't know why my brain's suddenly just gone to mush because the pressure's just gone.
No pressure, dude. We're just having fun.
Yeah, it's literally because it's real. It's like, oh, what? No? When?
I understand, buddy.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 5.
Okay. As far as you can tell, it's not trapped.
Yep. I suppose I've not really got many other options, so I'm going to push the button and see if the door opens, and if it doesn't, I'm then going to mechanically maneuver it open.
Yeah. So you open the secret door successfully, and it opens up into another hall that's running obviously perpendicular to the one that you're in, and it seems to go on beyond the edge of your dark vision. So it moves on beyond 60 feet into darkness.
Any unusual smells or anything like that, so I can detect if there's anything there?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna venture into it.
Okay.
Start moving down the corridor cautiously, but at a reasonable pace, so I'm not taking too long in this long black darkness, because eventually if you're walking that long, I presume I'd start to be anxious to get out.
Yeah.
So probably a little faster than I should be walking down the corridor.
Correct. So you make your way into the dark corridor, and after about 60 feet up ahead, another 20 feet further, you make out the end of the corridor is another stone wall. But what's notable on the stone wall is a strange rune-encircled arch with a sealed stone door. So basically, as I explained, these corridors are kind of angular, right?
Yep.
At the end of this is a door. It's just basically a blank stone, and there's as if it's molding, but it's really just a stone arch that it comes out. And it's strange. It's it's strange because it's a mix of architectural styles. The walls are at an angle, but this is a rounded arch. But You do take note that around this protruding arch, there seem to be some cryptic-looking runes carved into.
I'm going to investigate the runes again. So.
No, this isn't from the secret door. This is the new door that you found on the other side.
Yeah, this on the new door. I'm going to investigate the rune and see if I can recall anything that I've come up again within history that's to do with that.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that would be a history check, am I right?
No, let me think here for a second. Yeah, a history check. Yep, that'll work.
Okay. I'm rolling shabby. 2.
That's right. So nothing in your history comes to mind, but if you look at them a little closer, you realize, oh, wait a minute. I've seen some of this in my studies. You know, even though as a sorcerer, your magic comes to you kind of naturally, you still, like you said, you want to study and understand arcana. And so because of that, you've studied books when you could get your hands on them and stuff like that. So you realize, oh, wow, this is some sort of arcane writing. You just have to decipher the writing's language, and looking at it closer, you realize that it's draconic and it's arcane language. And then, it dawns on you, oh, this isn't that hard. I didn't really need, just studying it a little bit. The runes read, may these words enlighten your path to enter.
May these... First thing that comes to mind is I'd hold my staff up to the rune because it's light. Well, it's giving off light, and
right.
If
so you
happens.
hold your staff up to it to try and make the runes glow from the light of your staff, and unfortunately, there's no effect.
Okay. What were the words again?
May these words enlighten your path to enter.
May these your path. But if I just try reading the words out loud?
You read the words out loud, and unfortunately, there's no effect.
Let's think about this.
Do you have any thoughts, or would you like to try and look deep into your arcana to understand what's going on?
I will 100% look deep into my arcana because I am completely drawing a blank.
No worries, no worries. Roll me an arcana check. D20. Make sure you're not accidentally rolling the D12. It looks similar.
17, so definitely rolling a 20.
Okay.
A 4.
A 4.
Which, that gives me an 8.
An 8, okay. Since I haven't come up with a house rule, we'll say for now, you have 1 inspiration point you can use per day.
I'll absolutely use that.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm stuck here for a while.
Yeah.
So 15, 17, 19 then.
Oh, much better. Much better.
Yep.
Yeah, so you really only needed to hit a 10, by the way. You realize, oh, wow, it dawns on you. This wasn't as hard as I made it out to be. This was obvious. It seems like this was crafted by a mage of some kind. Maybe this property was owned by a mage of some kind, and this was kind of his secret lair down here. And this door is sealed magically in some way, but you're pretty sure the words mean you just need to pass some sort of magic through the runes to activate the door to open.
Okay, so can I cast Prestidigitation to clean the room? Just to activate some magic on it?
Yeah, I believe with Prestidigitation you can make like sparkly effects, right? Isn't that one of the things you can do? Yeah. You want to do something like that?
Yeah, I'll make some colorful light onto the rune.
You touch the runes and make some colorful light, and it lights up all the runes on the door, and you hear a clunk and a crunch as the door slides into the wall next to you. Inside, you see a darkened chamber, of course, with your dark vision and your lighted staff. You realize you have found a wizard's sanctum full of beakers, bottles, and various alchemical apparatus on a work table. There's also a bed and a wardrobe. But just glancing in from here, it looks like the wardrobe is standing open and is empty.
I'm going to cautiously enter the room and look around to make sure, see if I can see anything that might look out of place, or again, look for any traps that are around the place.
Gotcha. Okay. As you look closer towards the bed and the bed, the end table and the wardrobe. The end table had a drawer that's been pulled open and is empty. The wardrobe is open and is empty. You can tell that there were some shelves above the work table that had books that were pulled off. Some lay there that have kind of. There's like one or two still there. And ultimately what it looks like is it appears that someone left this place in a hurry. By the way, the room is about 20 by 20.
Okay.
So if you want to search further, then you need to roll me an investigation check to search deeper.
I will absolutely search deeper to try and find what I suspect, to find out why he left so hurriedly. 13, 14, 15.
15? Perfect.
Yep.
After searching the room, you start to panic because you don't seem to find anything, but then at the last moment, you notice from your searching that there is a book wedged on the side of the work table near the wall, as if it had fallen off. And you kind of work out in your mind that it was very likely forgotten hastily, or lost because it had been knocked off or pushed off.
Yeah.
Pulling out the book, you're like, wow, this was a very lucky find, because it turns out it's a journal. And it is the journal of my pencil right there. It is the journal of Magister Warnock. You've never heard of that type of title for a mage before? nor that name does that ring any bell historically to you.
Yeah.
After perusing the journal, apparently this wizard owned this ruin over 300 years ago. That is an age for which historical chroniclers don't really have much information, since the current autocrats keep a tight rein on historical knowledge that might deviate from their own propaganda.
Makes sense.
Also, the journal's end suggests that the mage was being hunted by an ancient faction of blood magic fanatics who eradicated anyone who did not practice magic through sorcery. This kind of leads you to believe that this guy was a wizard, not a sorcerer.
Yeah.
And you do note in your history that you remember in your history, without even having to roll, that there was an age long ago where some sort of unspoken alliance was between the warring factions and kingdoms of that era, had been very zealous about only magic users who use sorcery, and that anybody who used magic through knowledge, through understanding, through wizardry, was someone called the Reviled, and they were practically hunted out of extinction. But eventually, you know, as kingdoms fall and empires change, that kind of thinking fell out of favor, and that kind of cultish mentality and that was associated to that kingdom just kind of fell away. And so wizards rose to be more prominent as it was more accepted in society. They're still very rare in this world, though. At any rate, you kind of surmise that this may be why it appears he left in a hurry and presumably never returned. The journal further indicates, with illustrations, something very interesting, and that is that the mage discovered an ancient mystical chamber deep in the earth, right below where he built this mansion and this underground dungeon. Additionally, he indicates that this mystical chamber was crafted by an unknown civilization easily over 1,000 years ago.
Nope.
In the center of the chamber that he found, he drew an illustration of a gigantic, and describes a gigantic round platform with 5 obelisks embedded in its periphery and a massive carving of an Ouroboros dragon dominating the circle. Carved into it. Oh, I said that. A massive carving, yeah. The journal shares that the entire structure is made of an unknown meteoric metal that radiates faint magic.
Might one call this a gate of stars?
Furthermore, the now long dead or gone wizard believed that the structure was some type of transportation device intended to open a gateway to other worlds. Although his many decades of research proved mostly fruitless, he claims in his memoir, in his journal, he was able to briefly activate it using his blood and was able to summon a strange but fairly weak fiendish creature. He theorized that he needed a different type of blood or a specific race or person's blood for it to activate fully. He planned to try to master the device so he could bring forth something stronger in the hopes that he could control it and use it in gladiatorial arenas. Unfortunately for him, he must have had to flee before he ever got a chance to finish his experiments. The journal explains how to get down to the chamber through another secret door in this very room behind the wardrobe. It may be your one and only possible way to escape this dank tomb.
Having fully investigated the room, I would assume that is my only way, so I'm clearly
your
gonna go
investigation didn't. Well, I forgot what your investigation hit. Would you roll 19, or was that the other thing?
For the room, I think it was a 19, and then for the other thing, it was a bit. It was 13.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Either way, now that you know where this is supposed to be, you study the wardrobe better and realize that, wow, this was super hard to find, even if you're looking for a secret thing. If you didn't know it was here, you would have a hard time finding it. But eventually, you end up spending a frustrating couple of hours trying to figure out how there's a secret door behind this wardrobe. But eventually, you're able to suss it out and realize that it's magically infused. And the only way to activate this magically infused secret door is to close yourself in the wardrobe and manipulate the wall of the wardrobe with Mage Hand.
Okay.
And by doing so, you open up another secret door, leading. Basically, it steps out and into. Imagine a hotel stairwell. That zigzags downward with no railing in the center area. So it's one of those kind of that you see in movies a lot, where it's a stairwell that zigzags down, right? And it's hollow in the center, so you can actually look down. Of course, it goes much farther down than your vision allows, much farther than 60 feet. But it's kind of a little bit terrifying because there's no railing, so you're just going to have to slowly make your way down. Is that what you do?
Before I'd set off, I'd say I'd probably make one last check around the room to see if there's anything that's worth taking to be of use on the route. And then I would proceed down there cautiously.
With your search,
holding.
You definitely decide that the alchemical apparatus and the beaker, none of that stuff is of any value. It's so old. Newer, you've seen better versions of that kind of stuff nowadays than this.
Yep.
And it would be, there's basically nothing of value left in the room.
Yeah.
You were very fortunate that he
and nothing useful at all as well.
Do what?
And nothing useful that could be potential for like helping get out of this place.
No, unfortunately not.
Okay. So I do proceed into the wardrobe, close the door, and cast Mage Hand, as you said.
Okay.
And
the stone slides open, and like I said, you find this zigzagging stairs going down. You make your way down. You are shocked by how far down it goes. You think, oh, we must be down, to the end soon, and then it just keeps going. I would say that if you were to count it as floors in a building, you've gone down at least 8 levels, 8 floors of a building, deep into the earth.
Which is a long way for a gnome.
Yeah. Once you have made your way deep down this ancient zigzagging stairs, you find it opens up into a 20-foot wide, 40-foot long corridor leading to a large 15-foot wide arch of a completely different kind of stone architecture than the rest of the place. Well, actually, technically speaking, the what you're on now, the steps leading down to it, was also different, just to be clear.
Okay.
And so basically you're standing in front of this 40-foot long, 20-foot wide corridor that leads to what you believe is likely this kind of metal hinge antechamber. Just as you take your first step, or even before you take your first step, as you take your first step off the steps and you're standing there ready to decide what to do next, you hear the sound of a woman's voice exclaiming, "Help me! Help! It hurts so much!" She sounds like she's in deep pain, crying in the darkness. It's possible the voice belongs to one of your mercenary companions, but you can't be sure. What do you do?
Can I use prestidigitation to cast a light out and see if I can see anything into the room without entering?
Let me double check that.
I know he can send some form of light, but I can't think.
Yeah, I don't.
It's because the spell's new to me, so I'm not 100% on it.
Yeah. It's not really designed for that kind of usage, but I could be wrong. Double check it here. You can create an instantaneous, harmless sensory effect, such as a shower of sparks, a puff of wind, faint musical notes, or an odd odor. You instantly light or snuff out a candle or torch or a small campfire. You instantly clean or soil an object no larger than 1 cubic feet, so you can always keep your clothes clean. You chill, warm, or flavor up to 1 cubic feet of non-living material for an hour, so you can make inedible food decent. You make a color, a small mark, or a symbol appear on an object or a surface for 1 hour. And you can create a non-magical trinket or an illusory image that can fit in your hand that lasts until the end of your next turn. You know, making tricks, party tricks.
Yeah.
I'll say that, yeah, but the sparks would only be like psh, in front of you.
Yeah, it'd literally be a little flash.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd have to go through because I've nowhere else to go. So I'm gonna keep the flame end of my quarterstaff pointed forwards, so it puts the light more in front of me than on me, and cautiously enter the room whilst looking round for the source of the voice.
All right. You walk through the corridor into the chamber, and you're first impressed by the grandeur of this room. It's imagine, I don't know if you've ever been in one of those planetariums where it's a large, domed room. It's not as big as a planetarium, but it's probably like a 40-foot radius circled room. No, I'm sorry, not quite that big. Let me envision in a second. Probably like a 20-foot radius encircled room, right? The room itself is slightly wider than that, probably 25 feet. So there's barely, but what's interesting is that you're barely enough room to walk around that that you note that what takes up the most of the room and is so shocking and unusual is this round platform and these 5 obelisks that rise in kind of a 5-pointed patterned star around it that are, and it's obviously made of some sort of black metal, kind of a strange, with a strange kind of greenish hue. And from this angle with your lighting, you can only barely see the etching that it's talking about. You'd have to kind of stand on it to see it. What surprises you, though, is, okay, this is incredible what you found, and you can see why the wizard wanted to study it. But what also is notable is, okay, I don't see any person who could make that voice, and I don't I don't. The dome. Thinking to yourself, well, if the dome ceiling had been breached and they had fallen through or something, that could have been it. But it's not breached or broken. There's no bodies lying about. Looking about the room, you don't notice anything. It kind of gets you a little bit creeped out. What do you do?
Creeped out or not, I'm not seeing anything as of at the moment.
At the moment, you don't see anything. Of course, it's a large chamber. So I'm trying to picture it. Let me actually. Yeah, no, it's 20 by 20, and the room's 25 by 25. It'd be pretty big room.
And this circular thing, could something be essentially hidden on the other side of it, or would I be able to see over it?
Yeah, I guess I guess I haven't described it very well. So imagine you're in a big round domed room, but in the center of it is just a platform that's also round the shape of the room, and it takes up almost all of the room. And then these obelisks are like hinges or pillars. Basically, this looks like a giant metal crafted Stonehenge, right? Only not stone. And there are 5 of these pillars they're more like obelisk shaped than they are pillars. And so yes, it's possible that something could be hiding behind one of the other pillars.
In which case I'm gonna cautiously look around the room to move further in and have a look around to see if I can find the source of the noise.
Okay. Are you wanting to? So you can move basically 5 feet into the room, and then there's the platform. Do you want to move around the platform, or do you want to step onto the platform?
If he's creeped out, he's probably not going to be doing an arcane check. So I'm going to go ahead and stand on the platform.
Okay. You step on the platform, and it feels very solid, and you're kind of nervous at the moment. You could take some time and figure out if there's something arcane to it, and maybe even figure out what kind of metal it is. Although the wizard apparently didn't know what kind of metal it was. But right now, like you said, you're a bit distracted and nervous about that strange voice. And then just as you're looking around, not far over to basically right across the end of the other side of the room, you hear the voice again. Help me. Of course, much louder because you're much closer. Help me. Oh, it hurts.
Again, cautiously approach, but making sure I've got a good footing on stuff as I go, because this is all new and I don't know technically what I'm stood on right now.
Right. Well,
so I want to make sure I don't activate anything that I'm standing on.
Right. Walking across the platform towards the pillar, you're kind of laser focused on trying to see what could be over there. But still in your periphery vision, you can kind of take a mental note that, there is a giant Ouroboros, dragon that circles the entirety of the platform, carved into it. And as you step closer towards the pillar to where you can finally look around, suddenly a hideous, disgusting little creature. Only it's little, but it's about a foot taller than you. grins at you. It grins at you from behind the pillar, and it says, "It hurts. You're going to hurt. I'm going to taste your flesh." And this is what he looks like. Yeah. Sure, he does. Ooh.
That's cool. Obviously not for my character.
Yeah. And so
BT's reaction is it's cool.
right. And now we're going to move
Sindri,
to...
I'm presuming, would have never seen anything like this previously.
Yeah. So for folks who are like, all right, why is the weird camera catty corner and stuff? I think you guys can imagine that in the future when we have the entire cast, Druid and Fate are going to be over there on that side of BT. So that's why it's set up like this. So we're going to go ahead and draw. Let's get a new one.
New pen for new campaign.
Exactly. All right.
Momentarily, my pen just managed to recreate what my fire did in my backstory and exploded across the room.
Well, you know what will be easier? Ha! I'm clever. I have these cool ass spell effects things.
Oh yeah.
And this is exactly the size of it. I just need to make it 5 feet wider than this thing.
Nice.
Ah! my hand bumped it.
Yeah, circles are always pain in the ass to draw.
Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and just...
And this is the thing I'm stood on, I presume.
Yep. This is rough. It's not perfect, but I suppose it'll do. Now, here comes a good portion. I have several different models that could potentially work for your character, but I have one that works the best. It turns out he's the right color for a regular stone. No, maybe if you want, we can change his color in his backstory because this model works pretty well. But I'll let you pick between them all here. Okay. Let me go back to the other scene real quick so you can see them.
Okie dokie.
Here's one it's a female, but since since it's tiny, it might work. And I just realized maybe it'll be easier if I show it on this one. Appreciate your patience. All right. I'll just show them in my hand. I think this one will work really well, but it's close anyway. These are only little tiny guys that I have. There's this guy. He looks more like a, I don't know. We got a little. This guy could work, but he's holding a sword and got a bow. This one will work because It's got a dagger and a cloak. It's green.
Just a
That
bit
fits.
high, Stormy.
Oh, this one is the chick, but she's the right size and has a dagger. I kind of like this one for you because, you know, this, even though it's a trident, it's kind of like a staff, and it's got a red thing on the end hanging on it.
Yeah.
He's got the white hair. I don't know, kind of closest that I could get. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm happy to go with the one that's got the staff.
Here, I'll show you close up. Right. That camera needs some work, though, doesn't it? Need to replace that. That was an expensive camera too. That's really annoying.
Same. Yeah. I'm happy with that being me for the duration.
Okay, put these guys back. Let me find this little guy. I don't know if I actually have this type of demon, but I can find something that'll work close. Sure. At the very least, I can just pick a kobold. Or a goblin. Huh, this is kind of cool. All right, this will do. Here's your little enemy. Guess he
Work for
might
me.
actually be kind of smaller than you. That doesn't. Man, that's fine. I will say he's. I mean, they're supposed to be small, so that he's roughly the same size as you. Is what we'll say.
Yeah.
All right, and I think you notice what the right corner of that image of the screen says there.
What could it mean?
Roll for initiative, sir.
No, for initiative, what am I rolling?
You roll a d20 and add your dexterity modifier, and that's it.
Okay. Double check where they are. Okay. Well, that could have gone better.
What'd you get?
I rolled a 1.
All right, so you got a 4.
Yup.
Um,
That one for my first initiative. That's fantastic.
Hey, it's better than your first attack roll, right?
Yeah, I'd rather get the nat one out of the way on that.
Okay. The demonic creature goes vastly sooner than you do. And he cackles at you with a violent, evil glee. What shocks you is, you know what? He's actually. Let me pick one a little bit different. Nah, that's fine. Screw it. I'm gonna leave it. All right, leave it. He has this chain wrapped around his arm, and it unwinds very quickly. And he basically takes a 5-foot step up onto the ramp, but he's still 10 feet away from you. But he whips that chain at you. Unfortunately, his first attack goes wide and misses you. Or fortunately, Fortunately for you. Unfortunately for him. And now it is your turn.
And the first thing I'm going to
sorry, I did forget to mention, he, after attacking you, he steps back to try and get some cover from you.
Our character's not going to go anywhere close to him, but he's definitely going to want to get a shot off at him, so he'll advance but keep close to the pillar that's to the left of the camera. Basically keeping wide away from him, but yeah.
So you want to go around here?
Yeah.
All right, so you want to use this pillar
until
for
he can
cover
get an angle. Yes.
and try and get an angle on it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say that he has, let's see. Sorry. He has half cover, which gives him a +2 bonus to AC. But you also currently have half cover. So.
Yep. And I am going to firebolt.
Firebolt. Go for it.
It's a D6 I'm rolling to hit. Is that right?
No, so you roll a D20, and then you add your spell attack modifier, which is the, what we figured out below here is a 6, because it's your proficiency bonus 6, plus your charisma.
Okay. Right, so, let's go. Ooh. So that would be 16 plus 6.
That won't be a D6. You're rolling firebolt, right? I believe firebolt is a D10. But...
Oh,
so what'd you get as your total?
I thought you said roll a D20.
What was that?
I thought you said roll a D20.
No. I'm talking to Pelican, and I apologize. Yes.
All right.
Okay, for attacks. Hey, I'm going to clarify something for you since you're new, BT. 90% of the time, you're going to be rolling a D20. Well, actually, for any kind of attack, saving throw, or skill check, it's always going to be a D20. And and then you pick the die that matches the damage modifier. So, what did you get if you roll a D20 and add it to your spellcaster modifier?
So I rolled a 16, so I got a 22.
Ah, okay. Well, that beats its, even with its half cover, that beats its armor class, which means that you hit it with your firebolt. Go ahead and roll me damage.
And it is... Max spell attack, it's a 1d10. Okay. I'm still not used to which dice are which yet, so you have to bear with me, guys.
Okay.
That's a D10.
If it helps, the D10s, one of them will have the double numbers on it, and then the other one's the same shape. The double numbers are there to help you decide. If you're rolling a percentile, you always know to roll the double number first, and that tells you what your first number is.
Okie dokie. Right. I rolled a 7.
Okay, you rolled a 7. So you hit it, and you do some damage to it. It screams out, "Ah, cruel mate!" But you do note that it doesn't seem like it hurt as bad as you thought it should. Basically, you can kind of, if you want to take a moment on your next turn to do an arcane check to have a theory, you can if you want to.
Yep.
So, And are you going to make any other moves after that? You went 5, 10, 15, 20 to where you're at. So you can only move 5 more feet if you want to.
How tall are those pillars that I'm currently peeking round?
Oh yeah, sorry, I should have described the room better. The room is 30 feet high, and the pillars are 20 feet high.
So I'm just gonna pull back the 5 feet and hide behind.
So you want to
the pillar
come
properly.
over here?
Yeah, make sure the pillar's fully blocking me.
Okay. Cool. All right. The fiendish creature's turn. Come back here, mate. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Wait, let me double check its movement. Is it small? Nope, it doesn't. I'll slow it down. Quick little fucker. All right. It's within 10-foot reach. And it slashes out again with its spiked chain. And your AC is a 16, correct?
Yep.
Since it moved into a position where it kind of left itself open, but you are now basically in direct line, you have no cover, so it's your base 16. It's a rolled a natural 13. Its bonus gets it to where it hits you. You feel the pain of a wound, your first battle wound. 6 points of damage from the chain whipping into your flesh.
Okie dokie.
Suddenly your heart starts to beat faster as you realize that one more hit like that will end you.
How close is this thing to me?
10 feet. You can take a 5-foot step and hit it if you want to, or do something.
Let me just double check something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking up.
Eric Hikari, BT has 9 hit points, and he just took 6 points of damage.
3.
So he's down to 3. First level problems. He's experiencing them first time.
Okay, so I don't need to move. I'm gonna cast Thunder Wave.
Yes. Okay. 5E Thunder Wave. You cast Thunder Wave.
Constitution saving
I believe.
throw.
Let's see.
Each creature in 15-foot cube originating from you must make a Constitution saving throw.
Yep. On a failed save, a creature takes 2d8 thunder damage and is pushed 10 feet away from you. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much damage and isn't pushed. All right. Roll your damage, and I'll roll its Constitution saving throw.
There. 2d8. There's 1. There's 2. That's a 4 and a 1. So 5 damage.
I believe Thunder 8. Oh, it's 2 and an 8. So 5 damage.
Yep.
you let out a wave of orange energy that extends out from you like a cone starting at 10 feet and pushes with a thunderous sound, an audible boom. And it unfortunately makes its save. And you said the total that you got was what?
5.
A 5. Luckily though, even though it made its save, you can tell that it doesn't seem to be resistant to this kind of damage. Do you make any other moves after your thunder? By the way, it did push it back into the wall. I'm gonna have it roll a reflex save or be knocked prone.
Okay.
Because of the force of knocking it into the wall. Ooh, I rolled a 2 for its reflex save, so it knocks it to the ground prone, which means it's gonna have to take half of its movement to stand up.
Would there be anything loose that got pushed as well along the way?
Do what?
Would there be anything unsecured or loose like rubble that would have got pushed back as well?
There's no rubble in this room, it's immaculate.
Okay.
Do you want to make a move after you've done that?
Can I still make that arcane check now I've got it away from me for my instant reaction of I need to get out of here?
I'll say that you can, if you use half of your movement, you can use that half of the movement to take a quick moment to think about.
Ponder.
Yeah, ponder, exactly.
I will 100% do that then.
All right, so do your move first and then ponder.
So my move, I'm just gonna, again, just dip round the side to make sure the pillar's in between me and it.
Oh, okay, so you don't want to move far, you just want to move around to here.
No, I'm literally just whipping round the corner, putting some distance away.
Gotcha, all right. And now, hey, you realize though, well, never mind, that's fine, okay. Now go ahead and make your arcane check. What is it you're trying to figure out?
I'm trying to find out if there's any resistances that I'll know about, basically, if I can identify what kind of creature it is.
Oh, okay.
Basically, have I heard anything about this in what I've read in previously?
That would be a history
like
check,
that?
not an arcane check.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll that for me.
And... oh no, I don't get anything for a normal history check.
Just a 2, you get to roll a 2.
17. I rolled.
You rolled a 17?
Yep.
So you
that's
added
a
2.
19 in total.
Yeah, 19 is pretty good. You think you remember hearing rare legends of demonic creatures from other worlds. You always thought of them as fairy tales. I'll be honest with you, this world doesn't have a culture, a lot of, like, the idea of fiends and demons and stuff is like very rare. It's not something that's common in this world. So all you know is based upon, I'll give you, since you rolled so well, even though you don't pick up any historical knowledge because there's no way the historical knowledge would exist about this. I'll say that in that moment though, you deduce that, well, it must be resistant to fire. It might be resistant to other types of elemental damage, but you could tell it was not resistant to the sonic damage, the thunder damage that you just did. You can decide how you want to use that information.
Yep.
And now it's its turn.
Yep.
It uses 15 feet of its move to stand up. It is pissed, so it goes 5, 10, and it tries to jump on you and bite your face. It has given up on the chain and is trying to bite your face.
It's pissed that I knocked it on its ass.
Yes, exactly. But the 14 does not get there. Ooh.
Okay. It didn't like the thunder wave once. Let's do it again.
Roger that.
See if we can knock it flying.
Cast Thunder Wave.
Ooh, I rolled an 8.
8 total for the damage.
That was to hit.
You don't have to roll to hit with Thunder Wave.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay, so...
Yeah, it's a saving throw only.
Get it mixed up.
And I can tell you that he got a total of a 13, which is one under your save DC of 14.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
All his first level spells are used, but he does have his cantrips. So
yeah, I've just hit him for 12 damage.
you hit him for 12 damage. Okay. He is
And propels him.
he is forcefully pushed back 10 feet and cries out in pain from the thunder of your attack. Hits the wall, and hang on a sec. But hits the wall so hard that he bounces off the wall back within 10 feet of you and slumps to the ground, face first into the metal, with a splat of a strange green blood as it gurgles. And then, just when you think, oh God, I've done it, I've saved myself, you suddenly hear a strange cackle from its gurgling dead body, and it releases a dying laugh that basically makes an assault on your mind. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw.
That's a 13, and my wisdom gets a +1, so 14. Oh, yeah.
You luckily save against it because you feel like it would have, it would have scarred your mind and given you psychic damage. Is it like a last laugh from this cackling demon? And you stand there bleeding on the stone, or the metals. It feels like some sort of metal, some sort of stone. I'm not sure, but you feel relieved that you have successfully defeated this entity that you now remember thinking back that he indicated he had brought forth. You didn't think that he would have left it in here though, but apparently he was able to keep it under control in some way. So what do you do now?
Would I have anything to patch myself up with for the meantime, so I'm ready to move again?
Yeah, I think your explorer's pack, you might be able to pull some cloth to like wrap around the wound. Go ahead and do a medicine check.
Yeah, that one's not going to be good. I rolled a 3.
A 3. All right. So in trying to, wrap your wound, you squeeze in the wrong spot and actually make it worse. And you don't really realize this, but apparently you've increased the blood flow. It's actually, you actually would have probably stabilized on your own, but your medicine check was so bad that you've made it a little bit worse. You don't really realize this yet, but at any rate, for now, you can do whatever you choose to do next.
Well, am I in a fit state to be able to do anything else at the minute other than just take a rest?
Yeah, no, you don't realize, you're fine. You don't like it's been a long, like day and a half, but you're anxious to get out of here. Your adrenaline's running. You think of it like this: you just fought this thing and lived, and it almost killed you. And so you're not necessarily thinking straight. Your adrenaline's pumping. You're like, I want to get the hell out of here, but I'm also feeling confident. So you don't really realize you feel fine, other than you're wounded and it hurts.
So I'm gonna run an Arcana check on the thing that I'm stood on to see if I can suss out how to get it to work.
Well, you looking around on it, what you need to look at it, which you do to do this Arcana check, and you realize that the obelisks or the hinges all have some strange runes inscribed in them, and they're not of a language that you're familiar with, which is really strange to you. You of course do notice that you've bled on it, and some of the blood is seeped down into the cracks of the Ouroboros carving. You also notice that now that it's quiet in here and you're paying attention and you're standing on it, you almost you're not sure if you hear it or feel it, but it feels almost like a 60 cycle hum, like a very low, deep vibration that you're not even sure if you hear it or feel it, but it's just slightly out of your range of sensory experience. And so you definitely get a sense that this thing is radiating magic.
Going off something he said before, he said he put blood onto a certain part, but he thought it was wrong. I can't remember which part he said though. I didn't write that down because I was too slow writing it.
Oh, that's all right. I can bring that back up to you. He only indicated that, let's see, he was able to briefly activate it using his blood and was able to summon a strange but fairly weak fiendish creature. He theorized that he needed a different type of blood or a specific race or person's blood for it to activate fully.
So he didn't say exactly where.
Nope.
So first thing I want to try as a test,
okay,
is one of the runes. I want to, with blood on my finger, I want to try and trace the rune with my finger.
Okay.
So it gets the blood on it.
Before you do, I do want to describe, I should have described this a little bit better. Each pillar obelisk has only one type of rune on it.
Okay.
And all of the runes are different on each pillar. But the rune shows up one time about midway up it shows up in a series every 5 feet. Like I said, they're 20 feet tall. So every 5 feet, there's one of these runes. And it's on each side of each obelisk. And they're basically,
okay.
Yeah. So you can do that, but it's as tiny, as small as you are, you're going to have to jump up to do it. Like I said, each rune is different on each pillar. So you want to try and get some of your blood on the first one?
And where did you say the Dragon Aurora symbol was?
It's basically centered all the way around right here. I'll just draw it for you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the board. So.
I suppose first thing I would do is make a history check on whether I've heard of any mechanisms or anything like this in the past. I know
sure,
I
go ahead and
haven't
roll me.
seen anything,
Well,
but
you've
anything
kind of already
that would be similar.
tapped out all of your checks at this point. Now,
Okay.
and you're at the point of experimentation. You've checked history and arcana with your knowledge of stuff, and you know the rolls that you've got have gotten you to where you are. So now it's just time for experimentation. Piper, thank you for joining us. It'll be interesting. You know, we're almost done. We're literally just if you have like 3 minutes, we'll be done here in a bit.
Alright, so first test, I want to put some blood onto the actual Dragon Ouroboros.
Okay.
Make sure that's
so.
good.
It's just at the edge where you can. Oh, so you notice you have already bled on the Dragon Ouroboros, so there's blood there.
Yeah. So it's already got that on it. So yeah, I will try jump and touch one of the runes then.
All right. When you do, and you get some blood on it, it lights up a reddish, glowing color.
Do any of the other runes light up on the same column or not?
Nope. Just this one.
Just the one.
Mm-hmm.
First thing to try, I suppose. Go to the next column and press the next one, first one I can reach that's pointing to the center of the circle.
Okay. You do that,
and then repeat that all the way around.
Each time you push your blood into the runes, they glow up with a reddish glow, lighting up the room more and more brightly each time. And when you finally light the fifth column, the fifth hinge or obelisk, the Ouroboros itself also lights up glowing red. And it is at this moment that you, with all of the things that have been going on, with the adrenaline rush, the lack of food and water, the fear, the pain, the hunger, the blood loss, you suddenly...
The imposed blood loss.
Yes. You suddenly, well, not suddenly, you feel the world go dark, and you pass out just as this dark metal infernal machine lights up the room in glowing red. And that is where we will leave on a cliffhanger for the first adventure that we will have in 4 weeks. No!
You know what this means now? I've got to miss 3 episodes of D&D, and I have not done that since I started watching D&D.
Oh, I know it's tough. Trust me. Druid was saying how mad and upset she was that she's gonna have to miss 2. It's tough.
She's not used to watching.
Do what?
But she's not used to watching.
But she's used to being here for it, so like it's both of you guys are gonna have a hard time. I get it. And honestly, even though I don't like putting you through that suffering, it warms my heart to know that you enjoy this enough that you're gonna miss it for those few weeks, and they'll go by. Well, they'll go by quick though. They'll go by quick.
Oh, it's all right. It's worth missing it to be playing it for the first time. And the fact that I only brought Druid into that because I know it's going to be a delayed response, but I get a heck you BT for that later.
For which one? What?
So when she finally does watch this, I'll get a heck you BT, but it'll be delayed.
True.
So we'll know when she watches it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Banana Tom, tonight was really fun. I hope you enjoyed your first one-shot solo D&D encounter. And as one of my dearest friends, it's an honor to have you on the show and to play D&D with us.
Thoroughly enjoyed it, and Absolutely the pressure because it's my first session went to my head and just went, you know nothing now. It's like all those times I've been playing and watching, gone out the window. It was just deer in the headlights. What?
You don't have to worry about any of that. Just remember just to have fun. When it comes around and you'll be playing with the others, it'll be okay. It'll be okay.
I'll be fine as soon as the others.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it is a little extra added pressure when you're by yourself, for sure. So, guys.
When you're by yourself with 9 HP.
Yeah. As a baby, adventure don't hurt me.
And I'm the size of a baby.
It's so true. It's so true.
Quick question to chat. I know we're into end, but
yeah.
Did you expect me to be playing a gnome?
Yeah, that's a great question. Guys, sound off. Let us know what you think. You know, when the YouTube video goes up on Wednesday, please go sub to my YouTube. It'll help me. If I can get to 1,000 subs on YouTube, you know, I can probably get a little bit more income. It's not going to be much, but I can, you know, use it to buy a better mat cam and you know, maybe help support my other streamers, you know. But you know, what else was I gonna say? And also comment on the video. Let us know what you think of his character and what you thought about what was going on. I'm curious, BT, for your first time. What did you think of the character creation process, first of all? Did you enjoy it?
I definitely enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed it more with you because I wasn't 100% sure what I was doing previously, and obviously I knew there was not restrictions, but because of the world type you created, there's certain stuff that we had to play around with, which I am perfectly fine with. It was just that, well, I'll create this and write in that backstory, because I haven't written a story since I was in bloody school.
I wouldn't have been able to tell. It was fantastic. Like, I was really shocked because you made it sound like, oh, this will definitely not fit in your world, but it was, I felt like it was a perfect fit. A little bit of tweaks here and there, but I didn't need to do much massaging at all.
Just around the neck, please.
Yep, a little around the neck. Don't touch the butt talks.
Well, maybe a little.
TMI, BT. That's awesome. So, I asked you a question about the character creation. What did you think of your first encounter? Well, what did you think first off of your wandering through the dungeon the first time?
Again, given a bit more time, I might have reacted a bit better because I was, for most of it, I was completely lost as to what I was trying to do, and I was just like, right, what if, this, no, but it's all shiny. It's all shiny and new, so especially stuff that I've not using prestidigitation to get the rune to light up didn't occur to me without the check because I've never used the spell before. I didn't really, without having, because I didn't have all the spells up in front of me while I was there to look at them. I was just like, well, I know it does this, and it just, we did get the feeling that magic would accept it. I didn't think using it to cast a light.
And finally, what did you think of the encounter with the cackling demon, the cackler?
I like that. I liked the demon. I really liked that it was technically the same size as me near enough. I was like, of all the demons, perfect.
Right on. All right.
And the fact that he tried to take me down with a laugh when I'm a prankster. Was that intentional?
No, I swear to God, that's actually in the stat block of the creature. I didn't add that. That was just pure.
I thought you'd added that 100%.
Yeah, I find it incredibly synergistic with that the universe synced that up. It fit you so well.
absolutely worked a treat.
Yep. Well, with that, we've gone a little over our 4 hours, but I think it was perfect. And honestly, for your first time, phenomenal. The first time I ever made a character with Starkitty, it took 4 hours to make the character. No adventuring involved, but
it took us 2.5 hours in PG3, and that's all there. There's no sheet.
Right. Well, also keep in mind too, this was her first time, and you at least have some experience with Baldur's Gate 3, so you know a little bit of it, and you had already looked at the sheet and kind of you had some foreknowledge. So I think we did great. You did great, Cromtom. And is there anything else that you want to add before we wrap up for the night?
Other than the fact I'm itching to see what the other guys create. I'm so looking forward to finding out what they've made and what they're going to be using.
Right on.
It's going to be a hell of a ride.
Agreed. Okay, well, let's find someone to raid to. Because we like to share the love.
Now I've only got 2 people, and one of them's you. So I can't help you with recommendations.
Yeah, I mean, if you have anybody you want to... I was kind of thinking Lady Magdala, because she's playing Dungeons and Dragons right now. She's a little bit small streamer.
Yeah, the only person I've got that's live right now is Military Man, and he's playing Alan Wake 2, so the D&D lady sounds like a better choice to me.
Maybe. I mean, yeah. Let me take a peek and see if she's in. Captain Jim Raynor is also streaming Super Mario.
Hey chat, what's Mario's overalls made from?
Looks like
denim. Denim.
Okay. All right, we're gonna raid over to Lady Magdala, and thank you guys for joining the show tonight and helping Banana Tom out. I love you all dearly, and don't forget BT and Fate are going to be streaming tomorrow. So check that out, and then we'll be back again on Wednesday. What did I just say? Lady McDonald. Raid. Get the raid queued up. Big stormy love to all you guys. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Banana Tom, thank you for staying so late. Don't forget, he's really late right now. That's why we start at 3 now. And we'll see you again next Saturday for more D&D at 3 p.m. Central Time. Oh, good night to you all.
See you in 3 weeks.
Bye, guys.
Bye.